So can I just ask everybody to take the seat? Being a German, it's not the best start to start with 2 minutes delay, but I hope that doesn't occur again. So I want to officially welcome everybody to the first meeting of the IPSASB in 2026. So welcome to Toronto. Great that you're all here. Thanks to our host, the Ontario Bar Association, for kind of providing the room. And a special thanks from me already now to staff for preparing the meeting, preparing the papers. Especially want to mention Rainey and Lauren in the back, having set up this beautiful rooms here in that fantastic way. So thank you for all that support. It's a couple of first times today. It's the first meeting for our 4 new board members. It's Judith Apasa, it's Dina Atya online. We have Alex here from Brazil in the back, and we have George Scott from the United States. So welcome on board. It's great having you, and I'm very much looking forward to working with you in the coming years. And of course, it's the first time for me as the chair. So I'm very excited having the opportunity to work with you all, and very much looking forward to these future terms together. This week we are kind of looking at a very interesting and varied agenda with project discussions, and we kind of had a first glance already. Thanks, Angela. We have various breakouts and meeting collaboration time, and we have an interesting session on AI. So very much looking forward to this agenda. I think it will be very, very exciting for the whole week. So with that, let's start into agenda item 1. And actually asking you as the first question regarding agenda item 1.3, are there any remarks regarding the minutes of the December meeting? And I'm not asking the 4 new members, and I'm not looking myself, because but asking all the others who had been here for the December meeting. Any comments? We already received one from Mikuba. Thank you for that. Anything else? All right. Doesn't seem to be the case. So thanks to staff for preparing it, and with that approved. And that brings me to the next agenda item in agenda item 1, and that's the IPSAS update. And I'm glad to see Peter Letma on screen. Hello, Peter. Good morning from Toronto.
Hello.
Good afternoon to Luxembourg, I guess.
Hello, good afternoon to Luxembourg. So thank you. So it's a great honor to be the first one to give the presentation at the meeting. Yeah? So thank you very much for this opportunity. So I will share the slides. So I think someone else is sharing, so perhaps you would need to unshare, I guess. Okay, so let me try. Okay, so I will share. So now you can see, I think, at least the slides,
Yeah,
and
now we can see it.
Now it's on full screen, I hope.
Yeah, we can see that.
Okay. Okay, so I will start. So again, good afternoon. I'm Peter Letma, team leader of IPSAS at Eurostat. And again, thank you very much. So yes, first a quick recall of the IPSAS 2-phase approach. So the first phase is about supporting national accrual public accounting, whereas the second is on EU level harmonization, and the slides also includes links to reports published by the European Commission. So I hope you will get the slides later on. I can send them, and then you can click on the links as well. Now, just very briefly on the EPSAS meetings held in 2025. In March last year, John Verinder informed you about the online EPSAS meeting focusing solely on preparation of the inputs for the Commission report on public accounting in the EU. And I will return to that report in a couple of minutes. But now next, the physical meeting held in Rome focused again on the Commission report, but also on presentation of financial statements and treatment of military equipment in the EU context. The paper on presentation is linked to the IPSASB project on presentation. And the papers are publicly available on our website. And last but not least on this slide, those excellent papers were prepared by Thomas Müller Marquez Berger last year. Okay, and now I will tell a bit more on the military paper. It aimed to provide a comprehensive analysis of the accounting treatment of military assets and defense-related expenditure under international and national frameworks. The paper also analyzed the links between financial reporting and macroeconomic surveillance under the EU excessive deficit procedure, the famous EDP, and NATO defense monitoring. One of the key challenges there is balancing confidentiality with transparency of defense data. DG ECFIN, our colleagues in Brussels, explained the treatment of defense spending in the EU fiscal framework. And furthermore, the reforming country Greece looked into the matter in their national context. One of their key points was development of the relevant registries of assets and inventories in Greece. And now here I recall the directive's requirement for the European Commission to publish the report on public accounting in the EU. So we published the report, complemented by a staff working document in December last year. Now, here is the reminder on the public accounting progress scores, the accounting maturities, which are an important piece of information within the Commission report and the staff working document. The slide shows the maps on central government maturities for 2025 and 2030, and the detailed country data by all government subsectors are available in the mentioned staff working document. All in all, looking at the general government level, public accounting of most member states are already on accruals, and 5 countries are set to do so by 2030. 8 member states do not plan to implement accruals across general government sector by 2030. And in the absence of EPSAS, all countries undertaking public accrual reforms used or plan to use IPSAS as a basis for developing their own standards. Now, I jump right to the chapter 4 of the Commission report, which is on IPSAS suitability. The chapter comes in 3 parts: evolution of IPSAS since 2013, which is the year when the previous Commission report was published; screening of IPSAS standards on their suitability for developing EPSAS; and survey results on suitability of IPSAS for member states and their potential use for developing EPSAS. The staff working document looks more deeply into application of IPSAS by EU member states by individual accounting areas. Just to go on this chapter, So this slide recalls the summary of the survey results on IPSAS suitability. John Virinder presented that to you in detail in March last year. You may remember the pie charts. The survey was conducted among the IPSAS expert group members. So the main conclusion is that although some concerns set out in the 2013 Commission report still remain, they have diminished over time. The suitability of IPSAS as a reporting framework for member states and the governance of that framework have significantly improved since the 2013 report. And now to the last chapter of the Commission report, which concludes that there is continued interest in contributing to EU-level discussions on public accounting and high demand to coordinate efforts to modernize national public accounting systems. The increased use of accruals-based public accounting in the EU during phase 1 of the IPSAS project has generated significant momentum for reform. Having said that, the work carried out under IPSAS expert group and the reform of the EU's economic governance framework has really revealed a lack of consensus among member states on making harmonized accruals-based public accounting compulsory in the EU. So, as a result, the IPSAS initiative will continue in phase 1 of the two-phased approach, focusing on encouraging and supporting national public accounting modernization efforts to increase transparency in the general government sector. So this slide shows the 5 activities supporting this new focus. Therefore, the focus will be on identifying implementation challenges and developing common solutions, promoting best practices and sharing experiences of public accounting between the member states. So the next report on public accounting, so the similar one to what we published in December, the next report on public accounting in the EU will be published in 2030, so with 5 years interval. Now, a bit on the IPSAS initiative from 2026 onwards. So it will follow those voluntary activities listed in the previous slide. And the key priorities achieve the planned accounting maturities by 2030. From 2026 onwards, there will be one IPSAS expert group meeting per year instead of the current 2. Now, just last but not least, and now very briefly on the 2 ongoing consultations with the IPSAS expert group. One of those is to shape the work program for IPSAS initiative until 2030, whereas the other focuses on member states that align the national public accounting standards with IPSAS, which is the second one is in cooperation with Ministry of Finance of Latvia. Now I am zooming a bit into this second consultation, which is directly related to IPSAS. We involved IPSASB staff in preparing for this consultation. Thanks very much to Ross for sending the feedback in December last year. We took all suggestions on board. So the 7 points on the slide present shortened survey questions. They were, I would say, somewhat long. So that's why it's shortened here. So for example, the first question reads, which version of IPSAS is used as a reference for your national public accounting standards in your country currently? For example, please indicate the year of the IPSAS handbook use for the year of the latest amendments adopted for a particular standard. So the first 4 questions are on alignment of national public accounting standards with IPSAS, and the 3 remaining questions are on the management of options under IPSAS. So we expect to share the results of the 2 consultations with the expert group before summer holidays, and we'll discuss them at our next meeting in November. But as usual, when we upload the documents in our, let's say, this environment called Circa BC, those are always public documents. So in this situation before summer, those public documents should be available already. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. That was great and very comprehensive. Before opening the floor for questions, just 2 remarks from my side. I think the comparative suitability analysis you have undertaken in comparison to 2013 is a valuable confirmation of the achievement of this board during the last 10 years. And I think that is very good news. And thanks for undertaking that from the European perspective. That's number 1. Number 2 is, as the IPSASB, even as there is a slight correction in kind of the direction of the project, we remain, and I said that already at the OECD in Paris, we remain committed to continue the dialogue and the cooperation with the IPSAS network and the IPSAS expert group. I think identifying implementation challenges, as you mentioned, as one of your kind of areas of work going forward is definitely a common area of interest, because I think that's exactly what kind of drives our consultations and look at the markets, what are implementation challenges and how can we support. And lastly, very interested in seeing the results of the 2 consultations. As I already agreed to participate in the expert group meeting in November, I'm looking forward to hearing the presentations at that point in time and definitely sharing it here with this board. So thank you, Peter, again. Any questions from board members? Jakuba.
Thank you, Chair. Coming from a jurisdiction where there are some people, some institutions are trying to build up new standards like IPSAS, etc. I would like to know if, at the European perspectives, what are the key challenges when it's come to funding, when it's come to expertise, the way they are trying to have this IPSAS. When I compare it to adoption, direct adoption of IPSAS, alignment with IPSAS, cost effectiveness, what are their experience that they can share with us? So when we are talking to our constituent, we know exactly what will be the challenges when they try to build up new standards, a new corpus of standards. So I would like to know from his experience.
Thanks, Jakuba. Before I hand over to Peter to answer that question, just to clarify, I think what the IPSAS project in Europe intended was not to come up with a complete new set of standards. It was like building on IPSAS and kind of adapting them to the European context. I think that was what the purpose of the project was. But Peter, do you want to answer to Jakuba's question?
Thank you, Thomas. I think it's probably not even, there is not so much difference, how the IPSAS standards would be, or new standards or adaptations would look like. The key question is actually transition from, let's say, modified cash or modified cash to accrual, which is I would say, a cultural change, and which requires new skills and expertise. So the training of staff is a very important element in that. So to make the staff accrual compatible, so to say, but also let's say informing and in a way training the users as well to cope with the wealth of information that the accrual accounting is offering. But again, that is maybe of secondary importance. But the important thing is for the preparers really to have the relevant staff with the relevant skills available. In a way, what makes it easier is that accrual accounting is already in the private sector to a large extent. So this makes it easier. So, and secondly, what is how to say, a key obstacle often is building a new IT system supporting the transition to accruals. This is a major undertaking and which is costly, but also there are risks of let's say related to getting the things going in the right direction. So these two training, which are basically resource issues, training the staff, but also the resource in terms of production systems, so IT. So these are the two key issues to consider. But of course, there is always the discussion about the cost-benefit considerations. So to what benefit and which is actually pointed out by several member states, in particular those who were not completely convinced about the usefulness of applying accruals across all government sectors and areas. So these I would add to the training, to the IT systems, also the cost-benefit considerations in general. So thank you.
Thanks, Peter. And Jakuba, I can share with you some studies undertaken by the IPSASB project by Eurostat regarding cost-benefit analysis. I think that these studies have interesting information.
Thank you. That will be helpful because during outreach activity, we are hearing from our constituents those kind of questions when they are trying to compare what is ongoing in Europe and in some other country. When we are advocating for adoption, we have those kind of reflection coming. So it is great to know exactly what is ongoing and use that as a kind of advocacy line to prevent some institution trying to build up again and again new standards instead of aligning or adoption. So this is why it is important to know.
Thanks, Jakuba. We can talk about that offline as well. Claudia, and then Srini.
Thank you very much. Peter, thank you for your excellent insights to the actual IPSASB project. It seems quite challenging. I have questions regarding your questionnaire, which you presented us at the end. The majority of the 7 questions, or at least it looks like that 6 of the 7 questions are more general regarding what are the difference between national standards in IPSAS, which I could understand. But what was the reason for the 7 question? Because that's specific accounting policy questions regarding the alignment of accounting policy of controlling and controlled entity in the consolidation process. So what was the reason for this question, which seems a little bit more detailed of and maybe related to implementation challenges related, or why do you selected this this question? Especially it might be also help us the answers for this if we start a peer process with our consolidation standard. So maybe we could use the results of your questionnaire as a starting point as well.
Thanks, Claudia. In the interest of time, Peter, allow me that I collect the questions and then you answer all at once and at the end. So Srini, kind of very short, and then Yoon.
Sure, thanks, Thomas, and wonderful, Peter. Great hearing you. I'm Srini, World Bank's observer. Greetings from Washington, D.C. It's really fantastic to see 2013 and 2024 survey. Now, 88% of jurisdictions feel that this is relevant, IPSAS is suitable. My question is more a little bit of like, are there any legal considerations also involved in those who were less upbeat on the suitability? And is there a difference between the survey, the previous survey and the current survey? How did the survey itself evolve in the process? So was there any change, or is it a similar template? Thank you.
Thanks, Srini. Yoon?
Thank you, Peter. Just a quick question. I just noticed a number in the slides. It's about the degree of accounting maturity. So you mentioned in the slides that the degree increased from 64% to 66%. So I wonder whether is there a formula to quantify this improvement?
Peter, in a nutshell.
Okay, well, so just quickly, I think it would be too much time if I would show the slides again. So there was a specific question by Claudia about the 7th question, which was about the consolidation process. And in fact, it is related to the options. So the 3 last questions are about options. And it's basically how the options are addressed in the consolidation process. What is the freedom of the entities to select their own accounting policies and so on. So it was related to the options actually. So, and that's why this was included. But in any case, these questions, they are very much influenced by our colleagues in the Latvian Ministry of Finance. So they can be of different, let's say, specificity or different level of detail, of course. Now, the other questions from Svirinas, legal considerations. I would like to say that in the past, we used to pursue having a legal act underlying accrual accounting, but we haven't managed to, let's say, proceed along these lines that I mentioned before, that there is no consensus, because there must be a consensus basically to be able to have a legal act underlying making the accrual accounting mandatory in Europe. So we continue with the on a voluntary basis, so to say, supporting this policy. And now also the second question was the differences in the survey results. So and what I said before is that in the 2013, there was also a survey which was listing quite a number of concerns relating to IPSAS, both on governance and at the technical side. And the current survey concluded, let's say the responses to the survey concluded that IPSASB has taken major steps in improving the governance, but also closing the gaps relating to the standards specifically aimed at public sector. So the new survey result clearly indicated an important shift for the better in terms of IPSAS.
Thank you, Peter.
And finally, this 64 to 66, which was from 2020 to 2025. Under the slide, you notice that. Whereas, indeed, the movement between these 2 points in time was relatively, let's say, modest. Whereas the plan, according to the plans of the member states, the shift for the general government or the transition of towards accruals would be at the central government level from 66 to 77% from 2025 and 77% in 2030. But of course, as I mentioned before, this is our key priority to make sure that this will actually happen. But as we have learned in the past, of course, there might be delays.
Yeah, thanks, Peter.
I answered the questions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And thanks for taking the time to present to the IPSASB. I think if there is kind of further questions, we can take that offline. Noriati, I'm sorry, I need to close that agenda item, unfortunately, but I'm sure Peter is happy to answer anything offline. So thanks and have a great remaining day.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
I want to already welcome Andrew Blasey from the PIC Secretariat. You're perfect in time. We are not, unfortunately. So, so there's just one agenda item between you and your report. So Ross, kind of lead us into the program and technical director's report, and then Andrew, we are with you in a few minutes.
Thanks, Thomas, and thanks for your patience, Andrew. It shouldn't take long. We just want to quickly highlight a couple items in the program technical director's report, and then highlight that we'll have a more substantive discussion on Friday in light of the progress at the meeting on the work program update. But I did want to touch on a couple of things quickly, noting that we do have 4 approvals and 3 agenda items at this meeting. So even though we had a very substantive meeting at the end of last year to clear off a number of items, we still have some important approvals at this meeting. I'll highlight agenda item 4, presentation of financial statements, as a major item for approval that we'll need to hear from constituents on. I also wanted to highlight that the report talks about the refocusing of board papers to help make it clearer the issues of discussion and the required reading to be up to speed to follow along with the debates. This will be an evolving process in 2026. So this is the first movement to the new paper process. So we'll be watching to see how that progresses with the board and taking feedback on how to continue to refine the process. And to highlight 2 other items of interest, in addition to all the great technical items we'll be discussing, we're also going to be having an information session on emerging issues, in particular artificial intelligence and its impact on the use of standards, financial reporting, audit, other aspects of our work, and also to highlight that we're having in-depth discussions, including breakout discussions for all members, technical advisors, observers, on our academic engagement as we form the academic questions we'll ask for the next call for academic papers that will go out around June of this year. So with that, I'll give a little bit of time back and take any questions offline.
Yeah, thank you, Ross. And again, highlighting that we have the opportunity to kind of ask questions to Ross later in the week again. So thanks, Ross. And with that, Andrew, now it's your turn. Welcome again. Thanks for your patience. And over to you to report kind of regarding the Public Interest Committee.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Wonderful to be here, and sounds like you're keeping very good time. given the size of your agenda today. Thank you for putting the slides up and saving me the trouble from doing that. Let me just start by conveying Jan Blondel's apologies. He always likes to be at these meetings. In fact, it's out of character for you to see me here and not him. So my apologies to you that you have me and not him. But he has been called away and unable to be here. But I think you'll all understand that he would otherwise have done everything possible to be here in terms of how much he is committed to these meetings and to IPSASB's work. Look, we had a really great annual meeting last week. Thomas was there, the colleagues from IFAC were there in terms of the Jean, the chair, and Lee, chief executive, as well as Fabian as chair of the consultancy advisory group, and a really important touch point for us. So this update for you reflects those conversations a little bit in terms of bringing it to you very much in real time. If we go to the next slide, the slides that I have for you are going to be ones that for people who have been around these meetings before, these are the same slides. So the slides are the same, but the storyline has changed. And I think therefore, or is updated, I should say, rather than a change. But it means that there's less to see on screen and more to absorb from my talking points to you. The purpose of repeating these slides, though, is for anyone who is new and who's not seen them before, in terms of making sure that we just take the time to recognise what PIC does as the oversight body for IPSASB and the public interest, and recognising that it's made up of 4 members in terms of a representative from the IMF, from InterSci, the World Bank Group, and of course Jan Blondel from OECD. That's been a very stable group, and that's actually helped for very constructive and deeper conversations with IPSASB on its work as a result. This work of the PIC, though, is, as you'll see from the next slide, not new in terms of its origins back in 2013, establishment over 10 years ago now, in 2015, and a confirmation of arrangements in 2020, which was actually the time 5 years after its establishment that we conducted a review of how PIC was operating, which helped bring a certain clarity around its purposes, and one that has served us very well in the 6 years since then. And that clarity of purpose for PIC and its focus on the public interest is around 3 pillars in the next slide. And these focus on rigorous due process, qualified and inclusive board, and relevant and timely standards. And not surprisingly, the annual meeting agenda revolves around these 3 pillars and comes to the essence of why I'm here talking to you today. So on this first one, on due process, look, this is something that I think the PIC members see that IPSASB does very well. And yet at the same time, over the last 2 years, I think it's been, there's been a series of refinements that PIC has asked for on the due process. The refinements revolve around the principle of having the due process passed to PIC at the milestones at which it occurs, rather than at the end of the process, so that it's closer to real time in terms of being keeping connected to the way in which the due process is advancing through the particular steps. This makes PIC more connected to it, more responsive to it, but it also highlights if any one milestone is taking longer or if there's a level of interest in it, and has helped the effectiveness of that process. Now, those refinements are very much in place now. They were put in place by IPSASB last year. And so this year's discussion was more around the fact that this is, from what we can see, a best practice approach to due process. But if PIC sees it, who else sees it? And is there the level of transparency that supports the credentials that IPSASB has established on this? Now, PIC didn't go so far as to saying what that solution point might be. It's been left with IPSASB to identify whether that should be, as it currently is, nested in the development of each standard, or whether it is something, for example, like a dashboard that shows the level of interest that occurs in each standard, or the number of parties that are participating in it, or where there's been a recourse action. These things are, again, credentials based around transparency, around education in the process, and also about showing how IPSASB is a learning organisation. So all of those were things that were motivating PIC's interest in that discussion last week. On the qualified and inclusive board, I mean, well, look, you are living testimony to that. So that's gone very well, but not easy to have established the position that you are in with the diversity and qualification of you as a group. And has come about from very hard work by the nominations committee at IFAC. And I think what we see now is an emphasis about diversity in all of its dimensions, and recognizing that it is broad and not just one category, but also that it takes ongoing work to maintain it. And as renewals come up for vacancies or for reappointment, actually it highlights the challenge of this. Now for us, this is not, from a PIC perspective, this isn't just about gender or about geography or about who speaks a particular language. This is actually a governance attribute that supports the credentials and importance of what you do. It also supports why a country would want to adopt it in terms of ongoing expansion of IPSAS. So this wider sort of strategic and governance purpose of it is very much what focuses the PIC on this. And then lastly, the third pillar here on relevant and timely standards. Well, clearly your agenda is showing that today, both relevance and timeliness, and well done, Thomas, for that. One of the things that PIC members noted that was different in the last 12 months is that rather than PIC receiving material after you've considered it as a board, there's been a couple of instances in the past 12 months where PIC's views have gone to you in the session that you're actually considering a matter. The strategy and the work program has been an example. We see this as a sort of best practice, not good practice, but best practice, that basically you're getting the broader scope of perspectives coming to you at the point you're making a decision about governance documents, rather than making a decision and then waiting to hear what PIC thinks afterwards, which is a little bit after the fact. So this development has been by IPSASB's own motivation, and want to give full credit to Thomas, Ross and Dave for this, where they've actually said, hey, do you think PIC could get its comments back to us before the meeting so that IPSASB could have the benefit for whatever that is at the time it is considering the work program, rather than afterwards. Now, that's led PIC to say things like, these priorities are for IPSASB to determine in the work program, for example. And that's been an excellent discipline, because each of the people who are on PIC are enthusiasts and are users of IPSAS. And so it's very tempting to want to go in and show interest in your work program about whether one thing should be prioritized in it or not. And so they needed to show, myself included, a lot of self-discipline to actually not go there. That's your job, and it's the governance aspects at which what is the provenance of the work program and its relationship to the strategy, and that they're the areas to comment on. This has been excellent. I hope there'll be the opportunity to continue that practice. Actually look forward to your feedback as to whether it served you any value or whether actually it didn't make a difference and that we're telling our own story. But would be very interested to hear your views on that as well. And really that takes me to the last slide and concluding remarks, and really just to acknowledge the significance and importance of IFAC in this conversation in terms of what's been possible, and both for the specialist support and the enabling support that is received, but also moving from that, the very important work that you do and that IFAC does in your outreach. And this is absolutely extensive and incredibly impressive. And I think it shows through in the decision making that you take, because it's so it's had the benefit of being informed by a lot of stakeholders from a lot of different organizations and regions to provide you with a series of perspectives rather than just your home base. And that comes through very much from the conversations that PIC has with IPSASB in its annual meetings, and something that Jon and the other members benefit from when they see you as well. So with that, let me apologize again for one of the members not being present with you today. It's an exception, and look forward that they will be with you next time that you meet and have an item on PIC. With that, look forward to your questions and any observations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. And let me assure you that we are very happy to have you. That has been fantastic. And thank you very much for kind of your time and effort to kind of report back. That has been very helpful. And I can reassure you as well that the slides were very appropriate, as we have 4 new board members. So for them, I think that was certainly very, very insightful and very interesting. So big thank you from my side for what was an excellent meeting last week. I can only echo what you just summarized. I think that is fantastic. I felt the passion, I felt the energy of PIC members, but I also kind of appreciated the self-discipline, which you mentioned, not to kind of interfere too much into our work program. But anyway, I think we had a fantastic discussion and really enjoyed that. I think it's needless to say that the oversight and advice of PIC is essential for us as the IPSASB, both from an external perspective or an external transparency perspective, but also with regards to the operational due process. And I think you talked about the refinements, and I think that helped us as well. I think it reassures us at every single milestone that we kind of kept track. And from that perspective, it's very helpful for us as well. So from my side, I kind of want to thank you very much, all PIC members and co-chairs, for their time and effort invested in that process. I think it's inevitable for us to kind of have it as it is, and very open to kind of refine it furthermore. And I think as you kind of rightly mentioned, it's very helpful for us to get your kind of viewpoints into some of the discussions, especially when it goes along strategy and work plan, before kind of we close the books, let's say it like that, and report back to you what we have discussed. So that's definitely something which is valuable. I think the credit for that definitely not goes to me, but to Ross, Dave, and Ian, my predecessor. But I can kind of reassure you that I'm committed to continue it in that way, because I think that's very, very helpful. So with that, Ross, some additional remarks, and then I will open it to board members for any questions you might have.
Thanks, Thomas. I think you did a very comprehensive job of thanking the PIC and Andrew, but I did want to echo those thanks, particularly to you, Andrew, for the great working relationship you've helped develop between the Secretariat of the PIC and the staff team. And there's a lot of activity that the board doesn't see on a day-to-day basis that ongoes this important relationship. And we are working well together, I think. We get great advice from the PIC, so including the strategy work program last year, we did get appropriate advice from the PIC. So they didn't tell us that these are the things you should be doing, more along the lines, are you thinking about these things in your debate? How are you going to ensure you're getting broad consultation and feedback from all the constituents? What are you doing around that? And challenging us to really think about the programmatic aspects, not just the technical aspects that we like to think about here at the board and, drives our work. So it was very valuable, I think, the way we tweaked that last year. And I think we need to continue that around programmatic and strategic work program consultations, because we get very good advice from the PIC, including ideas on things and how to do things differently. And I did want to just note that we have noted the point on the transparency of due process and making that easier to find and understand the great process that's there for our constituents. That's something we're taking away from the meeting. The staff's going to think about that, and we're going to have some proposed changes to enhance that process that we'll talk with you, Andrew, on and eventually bring back for the broader community as well. So I'm very thankful for the fantastic constructive relationship and the great advice and input we receive on a regular basis from the PIC.
Thanks, Ross. So any further questions to Andrew regarding his presentation summary? Andrew has a question for Andrew.
Indeed. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation around the PIC's activities. I was just reflecting on our strategy and work program, and it's got that circle, that's quite prominent, where the top half of the circle really focuses on the standard setting activities. And I can clearly see how the 3 pillars that the PIC uses for its oversight, apply to the standard setting activities. I guess my question is, if I reflect on the bottom half of the circle around inspiring adoption and implementation, it's perhaps not as clear, at least to me, how the PIC exercises its oversight over that bottom part of our strategy and work program, or how the 3 pillars apply. So just any thoughts that you perhaps have or can share around that. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. Andrew, do you want to directly respond?
Glad to. And I think it's a very useful observation about it. And it's interesting for that wheel that you point out, Andrew, because I think that's quite an innovative wheel in terms of what that's meant for IPSASB's work, with such a strong focus on maintenance and actually understanding what does maintenance mean for IPSASB in terms of relevance and looking at implementation reviews, looking at the communities that are feeding into those reviews. And I think that path about comes to the relevance of your question, because the public interest aspects of it is to ask whether that's been considered, and that's something that PIC does a lot on the implementation side, in terms of seeing just how those processes are completed. So while due process can occur on standard setting, the way in which it's being informed on the implementation and review process is just as relevant too. But your question's really I think significant for PIC, because it's a growth area in the way in which the strategy and work program has been constructed. And so I think your observation is absolutely right, because it signals that we should be, in terms of supporting PIC and the PIC members, should be ready for a potentially larger volume of work to be coming through on that as part of the implementation of the strategy and work program. On the adoption part, I think that is less direct. and that it's why you've heard me talk about the credentials of the board's composition, or the credentials of due process. That, you know, if an administration, a country is or subnational is looking at the adoption of IPSAS, then these credentials about how will its voice contribute into IPSAS's governance processes. Will it be heard? Will it be listened to? How will the adjustment process and transition process occur? If the mechanisms are not in place for that, I think a adopter or potential adopter is going to be more visible of seeing that they have a greater exposure for the risk they are taking in bringing IPSAS on board. While PIC is not at the front line for that, it contributes into the equation for it. A great question, because you really forced me to think about what the impacts on that maintenance side might be as we go forward into the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for your reflections. And I think your kind of observation is 100% right. I think this is a growing area of focus for us. And therefore, I think considering how the PIC can kind of involve themselves in that way, in that area, is definitely the right timing. So thanks, Andrew, for asking the question. I'm talking to this Andrew, not you, Andrew. So Ross, last remarks before we break for coffee, if there are no further questions.
Yeah, just want to reflect on Andrew, IPSASB member's comment as well. I think the slides that Andrew Blasey just showed us are clear on the remit of the PIC in terms of due process in those three pillars. So overseeing due process itself, whether the right people are around the table through the nominations process, and whether the work program is being delivered in a timely and efficient manner. The outreach and engagement is an element of all of those factors in different ways. So we don't get that directly around the bottom of the circle in terms of the strategy. But as I said, when we talked to the PIC about the strategy last year, one of their questions was, how are you going to make sure you're talking to all your constituents at a macro level? So we are getting that advice from the PIC on a regular basis. And it's not a gap in our due process. It's just maybe not the direct focus of defined PIC relationship. It's kind of implicit in all of those pillars. So, and I do think that is starting to change as implementation becomes a greater focus of the board. We're going to get more items on the work program that relate to implementing the standards. We're going to have more need for focus groups and forums to ensure we're getting that feedback. And we're going to be talking about that later in the meeting. And these are all things that run through the PIC in terms of strategic feedback as we discuss the nature of our activities on an ongoing basis with the PIC, like our meeting last week. A big portion of that was related to the bottom half of the circle. That's not coming through the work program fully yet, but the advice is already coming from the PIC.
Yeah, thanks, Ross, for clarifying that. So if there are no further questions, I would say thank you to Andrew Blasey. Thank you very much for having been with us and for the insightful comments. Was fantastic. Have a great afternoon back in Paris.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you to all of the board as well. Hope you have an excellent meeting for the rest of the time here.
Perfect. Thank you, Andrew. Bye. So with that, we break for coffee, and I would ask you to be back at 11:30 sharp. Thanks. So thank you very much for everybody being back in time. It's fantastic. We are starting even 1 minute early. So that's all yours, Eileen. Jumping into the next agenda item, which is agenda item 4, the first project-related agenda item regarding presentation of financial statements, and Eileen will lead us into that. So Eileen, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd actually pass it to Ross first for some quick remarks. Ross kindly stepped up to serve as a temporary task force chair for us to just close off this quarter and for this phase of the project. So Ross, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen, and thanks for the easy job in stepping in for a quarter to be the task force chair, because it really was just finishing off the great work that had been ongoing the last couple of years. Just a quick thank you to the task force members for their great contributions and participation. There was an online meeting where we went through the major changes coming out of the December meeting and reviewed the material, and went very smoothly, and I think sets up for a relatively smooth final review and approval. And I did want to just thank Eileen as well for her excellent hard work in finalizing the CP with the illustrative ED embedded. It is very challenging to write a consultation paper, and this is a challenging topic of the whole gamut of presentation in the public sector with an illustrated ED included. So I'm very much looking forward to the discussions today and the progress, and thanks everybody for the support. Eileen, back to you.
Sorry, not as prepared as I can be without the clicker. So thanks very much for Ross for opening the remarks, and definitely echo the thanks to the task force and as well as the IPSASB. There's been some pretty challenging discussions to form the views that we now have in the consultation paper. And over the last 2-ish years, I think the board has made a lot of great progress in discussing each of these items. So this slide is just providing a very quick overview of kind of the systematic way that we have worked through this project as a staff team and working directly with the board and the task force. And so as of December 2025, we had actually finished discussing all of the different presentation issues and to form those preliminary views and one specific matter for comment that is now in the CP. The board had also made a lot of great progress in developing the CP, having reviewed essentially all the chapters multiple times now. Chapter 6 was the first time it was presented in December, and we have some revisions that we wanted to run through the board on today. And for the illustrative exposure draft, which will support the CP, the board had reviewed essentially 90% of the material that's in there, and the last little bit is being presented at this quarter's meeting for your consideration to add. So that has really set us up well to be considering this consultation paper for approval. And so that's why through today's discussion, we've got 4 papers, the last one being the vote on approval of this consultation paper. I recognize that, Ross mentioned earlier today, getting this consultation out will really be an important step for us as an IPSASB to collect this constituent feedback, to get an understanding of, what are the public sector views on what the board is proposing, and to make sure it helps us in continuing on this process of developing a new standard to replace IPSAS 1. So with that, similar to last quarter, we're using little icons in the top right corner to understand where we are in the whole progress. So you'll see that as we move through the slides. But paper 1, A1, is going to be about revising the final bit of chapter 6 per the board's instructions coming out in December. Then some new guidance to add into the IED, as well as a revision to part of the CP per our discussion with one of the board members. And then finally, the last paper will be the discussion on the vote to approve, as well as the number of days for the overall exposure period. So with that, I'm going to move on to A1. So as mentioned, in December, the IPSASB had completed all of its discussions regarding the disclosure requirements for this new IPSAS standard that would replace IPSAS 1. And during that discussion, the board did form 3 preliminary views, but one of the instructions coming out of it was specific to the discussion on management defined performance measures, which was an IFRS 18 concept, and thinking about whether there is applicability for this concept in the public sector. So the board had a very robust discussion about it, and the instruction to staff coming out of that December meeting is to capture the richness of that discussion in the CP so we can showcase to constituents what the board really considered in forming preliminary review 15 and 16. And so one of the things was also to have two separate preliminary views. So what the staff did through this quarter is to first revise that section, but also to engage the task force to make sure that we had other opinions on whether or not the board's robust discussion was being correctly articulated in the CP. And I think one of the challenges we face, which I think we tackled in a good way, is understanding that there were quite a few different arguments and elements to the discussion that eventually led the board to the conclusions it had for those preliminary views. So we do appreciate the task force's secondary eye on this to make sure that we had moved that forward correctly. So what we wanted to present to the board today is essentially that section of Chapter 6 that we have rewritten related to the applicability of IFRS 18 MPMs in the public sector, now separated into two sections. So we do have a page-by-page flip proposed for the appendix to make sure that we understand any further comments from board members about where perhaps certain paragraphs maybe need more revision to ensure we're articulating the discussion from December in a clear way to help constituents engage with the CP. This will overall help us to then finalize the CP for the approval discussion later on. So with that, back to you, Chair, and thanks again to Dave for facilitating the page-by-page flip when we get to that.
Thank you, Eileen, for leading us into that. And just to clarify, I think we are now kind of talking about Appendix 1 to paper A1, right? Okay, Dave.
So I'm on page 3 of the Adobe document, or page 2 of 4A.1, Appendix 1. So this is paragraphs, I'll start on page 2, which is paragraphs 620 to 622.
Renee?
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate how we have now separated the two questions we've asked ourselves, right, that we explored. And you know, when I read this, it was until I got to the end and that I said, okay, like it's okay to, you know, after I read it a second time, I realized that I think the challenge I was having in understanding what was going on is maybe because before we get to 6.23 and we start disposing of the first consideration, whether we bring in the IFRS 18 as is, maybe we need like a paragraph there to say that the IPSASB considered this matter or this from two perspectives, or add two considerations. And then you just insert a paragraph there to introduce the fact that we have PV 15 and then PV 16. So I think it's just to help readers to say that what they're going to read next are two different considerations. I just worry that it's not until we get to the second one that we realize there's a second one. So maybe here it would help just to clarify that we're about to read two different considerations, one after the next.
Eileen, any responses?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the comment, Renee. That's definitely something we can add in. And I think the good thing about having the fresh set of eyes from you as well is that gives us some context, because I think as the task force and staff, we've read it so many times, we might lose sight of it. So I do appreciate that's good framing at the start of this section. We can definitely add that in. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Continue, Dave.
So I'm on paragraph 6.23 to 6.26. So that takes us to the preliminary view. Preliminary view 15. So I'll move past page 3, and that brings me to the top of page 4. Paragraph 6.27 to 6.29. That brings me to page 5, paragraph 630 to 632, and preliminary view 16.
Mike.
So thank you, Dave. Just a quick comment on 6.32. I really don't agree on that conclusion that RPG guidance can provide similar benefits to IFRS 18 as provided in the previous paragraph, you have to take into account that the IFRS 18, that is authoritative guidance, and RPG 2, that's optional, and we learned not really used in the practice. And so that conclusion that it can provide similar benefits, I think it's not justified in terms of qualities and authoritativeness. And therefore, I think just to delete those first sentences of 6.32.
Mike, if I understand you right, I think your problem is with IFRS 18 being mandatory and RPG 2 being voluntary and not necessarily kind of used, right? If I read the sentence, it's saying it's coming from the benefit side. If it's used, RPG 2 would provide the same or similar benefits. It says can, not does necessarily, because
yes, but by nature, they're really in terms of the nature of that type of text, that's really different. Therefore, I would say, okay, you can't say it's not similar. It can, it's goes in the right direction, but it can by nature provide similar benefits, because the one is a total different authoritativeness of text. Let's say, and therefore, I would just say leave out that first sentence of 6.32.
Angela, are you on that as well? Okay, come in, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mike's comment reminded me in our pre-meetings with constituents in New Zealand, they noted that the principle in RPG 2 is really helpful. And in the paragraph 632 talks about the importance of that. If you do disclose information, that you make it transparent and reconcile. So it says some very helpful, sensible things. And constituents in New Zealand said, why doesn't the IPSASB bring in that principle into their equivalent of IFRS 18 as an idea or a sort of a disclosure to elevate it out of non-authoritative RPGs where perhaps some constituents don't even know exists. They thought it was just a very helpful principle. And so on the back of Mike's comment, which I think is very valid in terms of it as non-authoritative, I think it is very useful. And so there is just a question of whether we didn't consider it at the task force, but I think it is a valid comment to consider.
Rose.
So maybe I do think that the lack of knowledge for the RPGs in general does exist in the IPSAS community. And I think the only purpose of this, if you just take the paragraph as written, is just to make people aware that there is guidance you can apply. It doesn't talk about the status, that's true, but I think nonetheless, if somebody wants to present these, they can use the RPG guidance that gives clear guidance on what you should do if you're using non-GAAP measures and how you reconcile those. So, and I think that was in there because of the board discussion when we talked about MPMs, where people noted that the link to RPG2 could be helpful. So, I mean, we could look at the wording in the first sentence to address Mike's point from an editorial perspective, but I think the need for it there is pretty much already agreed with the board.
Thanks, Ross. I think having heard Angela's kind of comment and her experience from discussing with constituents and kind of appreciating the lack of knowledge, which kind of I realize in the practice and in the field as well, I kind of would tend to suggest to keep the sentence but clarify Mike's point, because I think it is valid. It's not kind of necessarily and automatically kind of providing the same benefits, and I think that should be clarified. Eileen, what do you think?
I just wanted to just echo what you said, Chair, because I think I can appreciate where you're coming from, Mike, because as it's stated, it's almost like factual, but in reality, it's if you apply RPG2. So we can definitely add that editorial in to say if applied, and in some way I'll figure out the English there, but that might help to really showcase that, yes, okay, they have different authorities, non-authoritative, authoritative, but if you do apply it, then you can achieve those benefits, and the rest of the paragraph then ties that out. And I do think that goes to Angela's point and partly to board's discussion in December as well, that, you know, we don't know what we don't know. And we recognize that with the work program, the mid-period work program consultation, RPG2 is a potential new project that, you know, depending on what we hear, might be a project. So there's quite a few things at play there, but definitely an editorial we can make at least to this paragraph.
Fine for you, Mike?
Yeah, just looking forward to the new wording, or to the
Fantastic.
edit wording.
Any further comments up to PV16? Not the case. Then we are done. Eileen, back to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks everybody for the engagement and making sure that this is fully representative of the board's views. So this leads us to paper A2, and this is specific to the illustrative exposure draft, which again is an illustration that is an appendix to the CP. And as a reminder, the intention of the illustrative exposure draft is not to actually present the guidance that will be in the future IPSAS that will replace IPSAS 1, but just to illustrate what the board's preliminary views would actually lead to in terms of what the guidance could look like. So given that the board had the discussions on disclosure requirements in December, talked through all of the requirements, formed the views, that meant that we now had the opportunity to create the guidance regarding disclosure requirements to add into the illustrative exposure draft. Now, in reality, there are 3 PVs that related to disclosure requirements. Only one of them would actually result in guidance for the illustrative exposure draft at this stage, because the rest of it was decision to not bring in MPMs from IFRS 18, nor to amend it for the public sector. So this meant that we were looking at the other disclosure requirements on structure of the notes, accounting policies, estimation uncertainty, etc. The board's decision from the December meeting was that the guidance that was previously in IPSAS 1 was still fit for purpose, but there were some additional enhancements that we can bring in from the IFRS space that would help to make it more fit for purpose now, particularly in the context of the materiality refinements in that principle. So what we did is we developed that guidance using IFRS 18 as a basis, but making sure that we made amendments to those IFRS paragraphs to make sure it was appropriate for the public sector and consistent with the IPSAS 1 terminology, wording, etc. We also worked with the task force again to make sure that this was being adapted and brought in a sensible manner, and that would illustrate the board's views. And this is provided in Appendix 1 of the paper, which we will do a page-by-page flip for as well. We have received some editorial comments, which we definitely appreciate from technical advisors as well as board members to refine it. But I think the great thing is this is just illustrative, so we'll continue to have great opportunities, especially in the next phase of this project, to continue refining it as we would need to make it more sensible and applicable for the public sector. The last 2 things I wanted to note before opening up for broader discussion is specific to the illustrative exposure draft as a whole. Is one, as you'll have seen from the illustrative exposure draft, there are sections of guidance that are originally from IAS 8 or other standards under the IASB, not in IFRS 18, because the IASB chose to move some of its requirements to other standards as part of their consequential amendments. The board had previously decided that for the illustrative exposure draft, everything will be presented in this illustrative exposure draft just for now. So in the next phase of the project, there will still be some requirements that will be moved to other IPSAS as part of our consequential amendments, but to best support constituents in considering the consultation paper and responding to the consultation paper, they are currently provided in the illustrative exposure draft altogether. We've included some footnotes and notations throughout the CP and the illustrative exposure draft to remind the constituents about this and that it is work we will be doing moving forward. But we just wanted to share that just as a reminder for the board because of the intention with how we wanted to do the illustrative exposure draft at this phase of the project. The last thing is more about next steps. Once we approve the CP with this illustrated exposure draft, we will be removing all those square boxes where you see the IFRS 18 paragraph reference. They're only here right now to help the board in reviewing the material. They will not be part of the final illustrative exposure draft because we want it to read as cleanly as possible for a constituent to understand the proposals in the CP itself. And then we'll be changing the watermark to illustrative. So with that, just more of an FYI in terms of next steps. But right now we are very interested in hearing any substantive comments from members about the proposed guidance in the illustrative exposure draft to help us finalize the appendix for the CP itself. So with that, thank you, Chair, and to you and to Dave again for the page-by-page flip. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eileen. I think that was very helpful to remind us that now we are talking about substantive remarks. We don't have to kind of get the editorial 100% right. And thanks for kind of explaining the next steps, because that was something I was looking for, that we kind of delete all this. It's very helpful kind of for now and for us as working on it, but certainly kind of would be rather confusing if we kept it. So that's good to hear. So Dave, with that, over to you.
So I'm on page 8 of the Adobe document, or page 2 of 4A.2. So I'll start in structure. So paragraphs 139 and 140. And paragraph 141 and 142. That brings us to the next section, disclosure of selection and application of accounting policies, paragraph 143 to 151. The next section is disclosure of sources of estimation uncertainty, paragraph 152 to 160. The next section is capital, paragraph 161 to 164. The next section is puttable financial instruments classified as net assets equity, paragraphs 165 to 166. Other disclosures is the next section, paragraph 167 to 169. And then the bottom of page 9 of the agenda item, we move into application guidance, notes, so structure, paragraphs AG 118, and that's it.
Thanks, Dave. Looking around, no comments. So with that, back to you, Eileen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dave. I noted one comment for myself, but I will do that at my own time. So paper A3 is actually going to take us back to the CP, but I think is, sorry, the mouse. So sorry, can somebody, oh, thank you very much. I think it's my clicker perhaps. So this actually takes us back into the consultation paper, but is an important topic that we thought would be good to bring to the board at this stage. One of the big discussions that the board had, I would say early 2025, was on the categorization of revenue and expenses on the statement of financial performance. And the board considered, a few different venues. So whether GFSM alignment to bring it closer to GFSM requirements, taking an alignment with IFRS approach, or trying to create something more public sector specific. And in the public sector specific discussions, various board members brought up different ideas, and we tried to articulate that as clearly as possible in the consultation paper to really help constituents understand how the board thought about public sector needs and the uniqueness of the public sector transactions in deciding what types of categorization to propose as part of its CP. Now, one of these ideas was brought a little bit later in the year, and the member, had discussed with staff. We then discussed with the task force and the board, but we wanted to make sure we articulate that idea as clearly as possible. Now, in December, we unfortunately didn't have the opportunity to engage directly with that member to make sure that her idea was articulated clearly in the CP, specifically in paragraph 430C. But I'm happy to share that we were able to engage with her more directly in February to make sure that we can not only articulate her idea clearly to include in the CP, but also to better better frame the merits as well as potential limitations and challenges of the idea in a balanced way. And that really helped us to make sure that the way we discuss each of the ideas in the CP is balanced across the board. So what we wanted to share with the board today is that proposed replacement text for 430C. And the reason we proposed it as a replacement is because in December, the board members had already seen a version of 430C, commented upon it, gave staff instructions on how to revise it so that it captures members' views. And so we recognize that this is brand new text that is coming to you, but that's why we wanted to solicit board feedback on which of the texts you feel better articulates the idea in a clear way so that constituents can engage in it. And that's what we're hoping to have as a discussion today. I know Karen had hoped to jump in or to participate in the meeting today. I'm not sure if okay, so Karen, if there's anything else you'd like to add on about it, because I do appreciate it's important for us to capture your view in a good way, and for members to better understand that as well as the proposal to replace the current text in the CP with the proposal we currently have in paragraph 6 of the paper. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Eileen. Just before I give the word to Karen, and hi, Karen, good to see you. Just one question. How does the new proposed 430C relates to the comments you received from members in the December meeting? So I think that would be important for me to understand and probably for members as well before we go to Karen.
For sure. Thanks, and a great question. And Karen, please do jump in if I if I misarticulate anything here. I think one of the challenges that came through for us in Q4 in first discussing the idea with Karen via our emails and then with the task force and the board is considering the framing of having the different understanding the different sources of revenue and how they fund these different services. I think the interpretation of funding these services is sometimes a bit subject to independent view. And so at the board meeting, there was a discussion that started talking more about like matching, if you will, from the revenue to the expenses, which is actually not Karen's proposal here. And so that was really one of the key drivers to say, let's step back, let's rewrite it, really start from scratch in that way to better articulate the idea as Karen had envisioned. And that's also why in, I think it was paragraph 7 of the paper, you see there is an illustration, because it was through that illustration that staff talked directly with Karen and Henning to make sure, we are on the same page about exactly what the idea is. It's really focusing on the revenue line items, not about how it would be matched or anything to expense line items. So that was a very important, I think, clarity that came through in the last few weeks. And many thanks to Karen for the time to engage, especially during this time, to help us make sure we understand and then can articulate that point.
And thanks, Eileen, for that. I think that was important to clarify kind of that the misunderstanding was solved. And I think the illustrative picture here in paragraph 7 helps a lot in that. So with that, over to you, Karen.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't have a huge amount to add, other than, the thinking that I had behind this was that, tax is a public sector specific, unique transaction in terms of government's revenue raising powers. And it would seem appropriate that the board had considered that in terms of whether it needed to be drawn out separately. And recognizing that not only does government collect taxes from the general population, it also distributes those taxes to government ministries, departments, agencies to enable it to deliver services. And the question that I think remains is, well, does the nature of this mean that it should be drawn out as a separate category? And so saying that we have considered it and putting it in there as to demonstrate that we have thought about it and seeking views on whether it could benefit from being shown separately, because doing so would potentially create greater consistency, how different jurisdictions treat that sort of revenue. Or do you rely on individual jurisdictions using the classifications to make its own determination? So, there's two ways of cutting it. And, my thoughts were just setting that out in the paper so that we can demonstrate that we had considered it. And it's an area where certainly I feel genuinely it would be good to get some feedback in reaching a conclusion. So it is really much more about revenue, the funding that departments and agencies have, and not to do with expenses. So that's really where I was coming from. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Karen. I think that's definitely helpful that we are not talking about any matching here. And I think the second aspect to mention is that we are talking about allowing, not requiring, having a separate category or standalone category. I think that's also an important aspect. So I think with that, we probably need to have the discussion now and probably kind of lead into the new paragraph again, as there is one minor tweak, I think. Eileen?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Karen, for sharing your direct input on that. So the slide here presents the proposed text that was in Chapter 6. You'll see some things underlined here, and that was just an additional editorial that Karen had suggested after the papers went out. So it's underlined here just for ease of understanding what's changed since the version that you've seen. So the paragraph is built in the same way as other paragraphs in 430C, where we first articulate what is the idea, what are the merits to it, and then what are some potential limitations or challenges from that idea. So with that, happy to pass it back to you, Chair, to facilitate discussion amongst the board members. I see a few flags already up.
Thank you, Eileen. And as I did not really observe who was first, and as I'm a left-hander, I'm going around this way, and so start with Jakuba and then Adrien, coming to you. And then
thank you,
Mike.
Chair. Coming back to the new wording, it seemed to me that some clarification in the previous one are missed. In the previous one, we were among the limits. We explained that the providing these new categories may not address the global, a broad range of public sector entities' needs. That is missing in what is proposed right now. So I think for the board to be clear with the constituent when asking them to respond, we need to provide all those limits around so that they can be clear in their response when commenting on the ED. So to me, we need to maybe to reward and take that into account as well. Unless that part globally, I am in favor with the new wording.
Thanks, Jakuba. Mike?
So thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, as you mentioned that before, we have now, compared to the previous version, to change from discussion of requirement now to an option. That right? And personally, I'm a little bit struggling with that, as we argue taxes are important for public sector bodies. I don't have the feeling that is the right way to give their discuss an option, because personally, I think it must be a requirement if taxes are for a certain type of public sector entities are significant. So just struggling with that, with that option here.
I think, Mike, you're mentioning the relevant aspect of materiality, and I think Eileen, probably your answer, and I would ask you to kind of respond immediately to that, would go in that direction, right?
Yeah, thanks. So I guess a few things. So first of all, even in the IFRS 18 space and how the board has been considering categories in the IPSAS space, there would be no specific labels to any of this, but it's presenting information in different sections, if you will, on the statement. Now, as Thomas mentioned, one of the things that we were thinking about in considering this idea and, what are the benefits, can that be achieved through this idea or just through the existing IFRS 18 and IPSAS considerations, brings into this point about the general presentation principles that we already have in IPSAS 1 and that will continue to exist if we are aligning with IFRS 18 requirements. If you're applying materiality, aggregation, disaggregation, if an entity is doing that appropriately, there should already be clear financial statement line items on the current statements of financial performance, but also in the future under these categorizations to indicate what are the material sources of revenue that is useful information for the users of their financial statements. So I think there's definitely an element here to say there is potentially this additional benefit, but we're not losing that benefit if we don't require a taxes category. And so I think that's where that happy medium comes in to say if we allow it and the entities that have taxes revenue or tax revenue through appropriations can choose to present that a little bit higher up if they feel that that is going to be more useful for their users in seeing these tax line items presented earlier than other line items. So that's where I think it'll landed on allow rather than require. And the other element too is, in terms of how your statement will be balanced, for some entities, once you put the tax financial statement line items separately, there might not actually be a lot remaining in the operating category, where the taxes could have been instead under IFRS 18. So that was, I think, one of the kind of balancing acts which led to allow.
Thanks, Eileen. Hervé Adrien?
Thank you, Chair. I also believe that either we think and express in this new paragraph that presenting the different ways an entity is funded through its, own self-raising activities, revenue-raising activities, and other that it receives from an external party, a third party. It's important. If it's important, I think we should make it mandatory to have a new item, a new category. Problem is that when we try to refine the categorization of items, it often happens that we have ambiguous items that have double faces, such as revenue from crown national government appropriations, nothing to do with taxes. It's just a third party funding. I would say it's almost the same as donations. It's not a tax. It's just something that could also from government or national government or crown come from tax levy, but it's not always coming from taxes. So and then we have a difficulty because what we see in this second diagram is we have a category of revenues from non-exchange transactions from a third party, received from a third party, and non-exchange transactions such as donations and exchange transactions for sales of goods and services. Now, if we try to refine to the end of this, we'll have an incredible number of different categories. So I would recommend that we have that standalone taxes item category, but we take out of it the revenues from appropriations. And if we want to refine the operating revenues and expenses, we have those that are from non-exchange and the others that are from exchange transactions. But we could leave it as it is and mix them all in the operations items.
Thanks, Adrien. First of all, just to clarify, I think the picture is not going into the text. It's just for us kind of to better illustrate. That's number one. I think what you suggest is deleting the text in brackets, which is saying including those subject to appropriations, right? That would be kind of like your suggestion. Yeah, okay. Okay. Karen, can you hear us? Okay, not at the moment. So
yes, I can hear you. I mean,
I hope you got Hervé Adrien's remark. Eileen
yes.
wants you to come in on that.
Yes, I mean, in the thinking that I had, I was looking at the kind of appropriation side of it because that is how many government departments and ministries, agencies are funded. And it shows clearly that is not revenue that they have earned. It is resources that have been provided to them to carry out the activities. But one of the things that I didn't say earlier, and I should add, I think the important thing for me in this was this is a consultation paper, and so putting things in there from which we could gather responses. So is it require, is it allow, does it include appropriations, does it not? In some ways, it's, in my mind, it was framing this to really solicit good information about the positives and negatives attached to this. But certainly in my mind it was to include appropriations, because that is many ways a sort of unique source of funding for many government entities that allows them to operate.
Thanks, Karen. So moving on, Angela. Yeah, no, we just go around the
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for raising the issue. I think it's important for me. I also agree that taxes, externally funded taxes, there is some merit in separating. So I could see that as an alternative. In terms of that, in practice, there are sometimes quite a few debates in our part of the world around what is a tax and what is a levy designed specifically for provision of a service, and is it a levy or tax becomes quite a political debate as well. But they are externally generating revenue from third parties. I think the practicalities of it could open quite spurious debates around which category. So applying it in practice does concern me, but I think there is an important point on taxes. I am too concerned about saying taxes and appropriation funding, on the basis that sometimes those appropriations that are funding activities are actually funded from debt, not necessarily external revenue. So it does concern me that we sort of bundle up all kinds of government funding into a separate category. So I would really, if we were going to suggest an alternative, I would prefer to stick with just taxes, possibly levies, taxes and levies, which are clearly sort of sovereign powers for raising funds. And I would cease there. The other thing that is sort of a more strategic point that concerns me is particularly with the distributions is there are some countries where federal and state distributions are really clear, and that feels like a very large transfer from a federal to a state for, say, consumer taxes seems very clear that it's more like a tax. But in jurisdictions where there's only one national government and lots of agencies, that sort of appropriation gets a bit sticky. But the other strategic point, and my last point, is just the international language of operating, investing and financing. I think there's something about the cleanness of that, even though our operating does require more information about how those revenues were funded or raised.
Thanks, Angela. What I want to do is bring in Ross first, and then I would give right to one of our virtual participants that he's not waiting too long, and then we will finalize the round.
So maybe just responding to the last couple of points, and I think there is a risk here that we start to redefine what our literature already says are taxes. So IPSAS 47 defines taxes. If we're going to have this category, it needs to be consistent with that. So I think, Angela, as you started talking about it, you're not talking about it consistent with what the literature says on some of those ideas. So I think it's some are right, some are right. So I think we just want to be consistent because we didn't finish the revenue standard that long ago. We have presentation requirements in there. We have definitions. So I think whatever changes we make, if we add this category, we need to do it consistent with what we have in our literature, because this project is not meant to reopen the debate on what's a tax and what's not a tax. We have had that. We have a definition.
Thanks, thanks, Ross. And I think what I kind of just want to reiterate is what Karen rightly said. I think what we wanted to kind of to do here is to go out and ask constituents what they think in general about kind of separate or standalone taxes category. And we don't want to discuss in detail what should be in it and how kind of in practice the kind of a differentiation between operating and taxes then should be. I think that's the next step to come. So we shouldn't over-engineer it at that point in time. Just to agree, do we want to replace kind of the current paragraph with that, by that kind of open discussion for a separate and standalone taxes category, and that's it at the moment. I think we shouldn't go too much into detail. But with that, Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment. What I'm left with, it's on the revised text, it reads in the second sentence, revenue from taxes alongside additional borrowing if required till the end. My concern with the insertion of the word additional, when you read it, at least from my language, I'm afraid that adding the word additional could just suggest that revenue from taxes or taxes would be a form of borrowing. So it's not editorial, it's just the way how it reads. That's my comment.
Thanks, Abdullah. And with that, George, and then you.
Thank you, Thomas. And I apologize because of my lack of knowledge of some of the standards. So what I may say conflicts with that, but I do support showing, giving the ability to preparers to show taxes. Now that would have to meet the definition that we have, but you know there are many types of taxes, and I'm just looking at your example here. You had property, but I come from an environment we have income taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, and they go on ad infinitum. And so there's numerous types of taxes. Couple of questions that came to my mind as I looked at this, and again, I apologize for my lack of knowledge on certain areas, is where would grants and subsidies from the various levels of government to other governments or individuals show up? Is that considered similar to an appropriation? Because many examples would be, one example would be the mass transit systems in the US. They exist on subsidies from all different types of governments. And so are those appropriations? Are those considered appropriations under your definitions and so forth? So if I had this example in front of me, I would be questioning that. The other question I have is, and this is just again for my information, licenses and permits, at least in full accrual in the US standards, that would be an operating revenue, because a right is given. You have a right to operate a business. You have a permit to build a building. So you do have a right to do something, and that's not considered a tax.
Eileen, I realized you want to jump in immediately.
Yeah, a few things, and apologies if it seems like a jumble coming at you. Happy to discuss separately further as well, because there's a few elements here. As Ross mentioned, we had approved IPSAS 47 recently, and it just became effective. And in there are disclosure requirements that essentially prompt the user to consider what are the major classes of revenue, what are the major sources for the disclosure there. And so that's where the kind of materiality information comes in as well, to understand for that specific entity what separate disclosures and information about revenue should be presented on the face and in the notes. So that's definitely one element. The point on appropriations, we do not actually define appropriations in IPSAS. And the reality is, and this is also in our IPSAS 47, appropriations is technically it's the authorization for something. And so appropriations is sometimes used in other jurisdictions to actually be synonymous to the revenue amounts or funding amounts that are being presented. But from the IPSAS context, we do not define appropriations in a certain way. We are actually relying on entities to make that judgment given their own jurisdiction, entity, sector, considerations in mind. So I think really, if we step back and look at the IPSAS suite of standards, I would say there's a good amount of flexibility, but also clarity in the guidance that we currently have already to give the flexibility to entities to understand and apply the requirements we have to be able to identify which revenue items they want to list separately, whether it is from subsidies or grants, et cetera. So there's definitely a few elements coming together there. And IPSAS 47 definitely came up quite a few times on our staff side when we're thinking about what this presentation would mean in having a standalone taxes category and thinking about whether those benefits can be achieved with our existing requirements without creating a separate category. So not to dissuade from the idea, but more just for us to really test the waters of it so we can articulate it better in this text here. Sorry, the mic.
But I thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. I do support a separate category for taxes. I think that is an information that most users would want to know from a general purpose government. I realize taxes may not be as relevant to a business type activity, but that's, to me, one of the critical disclosures that citizens would want to know.
Thank you, George.
Sorry, Thomas, can I just add one more thing on that? Okay, thank you. And so I think one thing to also circle back on, because I do agree, and I think Karen articulated very clearly that by providing this in our CP, we'll be able to gather better feedback from constituents about the idea, their views on the idea. Now, if say we get to a situation where constituents say, no, we don't think we need to allow a standalone taxes category or require it, does that mean we have now lost the benefit there? I would say technically no, because the existing IPSAS requirements will still result in taxes being presented as its own financial statement line item, but it would just be under the categories per IFRS 18. So there's nothing lost per se, but there is this additional clarity that can come through by having a separate standalone category. So just wanted to share that as a comfort, hopefully, that won't be lost. The information's still there. It's just, is it presented higher up or maybe in a different section on the statement?
So going to Yun, and then I would go to Claudia, then to Renee.
Thank you, Chair. I might have a different opinion from Karen. Although tax and appropriation are unique and very important for the public sector, but I think it's not appropriate to set a standalone category for taxes. Tax is the main source of revenue for the government, and appropriation is the main source of revenue for the government entities like government departments and agencies. But if we set a separate category for tax for them, what might be left for the operation category? That we can imagine the subtotal of operation category will be huge negative. The tax and appropriation are different in nature. Tax is for the government level revenue. You can only see this number in the consolidated financial statements for the whole government. And appropriation is only for the, I think it's individual entity level. So you can see this number in the financial statements for some departments or agencies. So they are different in nature. If we put these two things just in one category, the users might think it's hard to understanding. Furthermore, there are many kinds of tax, many kinds, just as George mentioned, income tax, property tax. So we might note in this CP that is just in property tax is just an example. And I also agree with George that intergovernmental transfer is very important. That means the government grant from higher level government to lower level government. If we set input tax allow, maybe we should also list this kind of revenue. That's all.
Thank you, Yun. Claudia?
Yeah, thank you. I support the proposal we had from Karen to get the feedback from the stakeholders. Following the discussion, and even Ross mentioned it, if we can get the feedback from the stakeholders as a separate category from for taxes is useful, then at least we should have a footnote in our chapter presentation of totals and subtotals, where we introduced a new subtotal, operating surplus and deficit. If we had get the feedback from our stakeholders that new categories are standalone categories are required, then we should maybe think about our subtotals then, or the connection or the linkage between this standalone category and the operating surplus and deficit. Maybe a footnote in the conceptual paper could solve the issue, because we have also a preliminary review number 9 regarding that we just ask if we should just adopt the IFRS 18 requirements, and yeah, there might be at least an modification in that case.
Thanks, Claudia. I understand your remark relates to Yun's observation that the operating kind of subtotal would be hugely negative if the taxes would be presented in a standalone category, right?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Renee and then Noyati.
So thank you. In forming a view on whether I agreed with this or I don't disagree with everything that's been said in principle. I'm not going to challenge tax versus appropriation or any of that, like, because this is a CP. We're trying to tease out reactions, perspective, feedback. But when I tried to decide what my views were, the paragraph is taken out of context, right? Because you just put it in so I went back to the context of it. So it's in the context of us considering various aspects in reaching our preliminary view, right? So here we're not stating a position. We're not stating a preliminary view. The preliminary view in, number 8 is that we do not recommend additional categorization. And I think that the point is very well made in the revised text that, to your point, you repeated it, Eileen, that IPSAS 47 allows, when material, to present these line items separately. So the line item separate presentation within operating revenues will be achieving a lot of the information needs of our stakeholders without the need. So I agreed with all of that. So I still think, though, whether it's allow and require, like maybe like I question why we changed it to allow, because we were considering requiring. Like if you take all of these that section, it's about should we require or not, right? So I think I liked required because that's what we did. We considered if it should be required, we'd concluded not. So do we go back to required, or do we say that we've considered to require or allow, right? But I think we considered both. So I think here maybe it would be more representative of what our discussion was, that we actually considered whether it should be required or allowed. But in PV8, we concluded it shouldn't be, right? And I think you made good points. The other piece that I liked about the older paragraph that you kept out is the argument for why this is all so complex. And a few members already mentioned that last sentence. Furthermore, requiring a standalone category for taxes may not sufficiently address the challenges in paragraph 413 to 16. I think that last paragraph adds balance. It conveys that we thought about it. We thought about the complexity, and we're not sure that really in the end requiring was necessary, which is why we concluded not to require. So I would keep that paragraph. I think it would provide a more fulsome representation of what our considerations were here. I don't think it takes away the revised paragraph. I think it just continues to add. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Noyati, and then I think we kind of need to sum up to some extent.
Thank you, Chair. It's about the, I'm agree with the CP that you just want to find out what is respondents from the jurisdiction or the, but as maybe some of our members said about the kind of types of taxes, there's a lot of types of taxes. Maybe we have to have this recognition. We don't put it one by one, the tax in our presentation. We put it as a direct tax or indirect tax or non-direct, non-tax item. And then furthermore, if another thing is the about appropriations is we do have a other category under the operating about income from maybe from federal to state, something like that. So it's not part of the taxes, and some of the appropriation, as Angela said, is not coming from the tax. It's coming from the loan or something like that. So I think I suppose that the tables in paragraph 7 is not in the CP paper. Otherwise, it's make it more complicated for the jurisdiction to give the response. Thank you.
Thanks, Noyati. Eileen, before I summarize, do you want to come in?
I'll be quick. Thank you, Chair. Definitely take the point. And just to clarify, Noryati, we won't be bringing this table in from paragraph 7. It was more just to take away the expense matching discussion that kind of, went on a tangent in December. So I think overall very helpful feedback. And I just want to echo what Renee said, because that's absolutely the framing of this discussion right now. The board had already formulated their preliminary view, 8, to go with IFRS 18. This is really very much about these other ideas that were considered but didn't gain full board consensus to take forward. So I can definitely see an argument for changing it to require taxes as well. It's not a decision we have to make now, but it showcases that it was a consideration by the board. So I do think there's a few takeaways in how we can refine the paragraph that's in paragraph 6 that we're proposing to include, but also bringing in that last sentence that you and Yakuba had mentioned was useful from the last version. Bring that in, delete the additional that Abdullah had mentioned to avoid that confusion on the borrowing piece, and then perhaps to actually change it to require entities to present, not necessarily because that's the board idea per se, but to really spur the right discussion. So I think a few takeaways, but it sounds like right now this is probably the direction with some modifications. But back to you, Chair, for handling that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eileen. Murray, last comment, and then
just quick comment, and I agree with Renee's comment. And however, there is so specific feature in the public sector and of tax, and so maybe last time Karen proposed put the comment about the title of the financial performance statement of financial performance. That in the financial performance in the public sector, I from my point of view, it is so great funding resources by tax, and it's a tax raising power of the public sector entity, and so I understand that various type of the public entities exist, and however, it is from my point of view, it is stewardship from the point of the stewardship, and that was charged on the public sector entity, and so it is a careful consideration about the tax requiring the tax stand alone. Thank you.
thank you, Mary. We cannot go to lunch without having made a decision on which paragraph we prefer. What I'm going to do is I want to have a show of hands whether you want a replacement or not. But before that, I think I heard two major issues. One is allow versus require. And the second is whether appropriations should be included or not, should be mentioned here kind of explicitly. What I would suggest is being aware that allow becomes require following presentation requirements of IPSAS 1 anyway. I think I would support kind of changing it to require. And I would propose to delete the bracket, including those subject to appropriations in the middle of the paragraph. So with these two amendments, I would love to have a show of hands whether you would vote for replacement or whether you want to stick with the old paragraph. Is that clear what I'm asking? So, Eileen?
So I think in addition to that, Abdullah's point about deleting additional, sorry, I can't mark up the the slide from here, but in the third line here where it says revenue from taxes alongside additional borrowing if required, additional will be deleted. And noting that Renee and Yakuba had preferred to include the last sentence of the old version and adding it in here. So we can definitely mock that up and circulate it by email so that members know exactly what this new version of the text will look like. But overall, that would be the, I would say 4 or 5 kind of editorial changes or additions to what is presented on the slide here.
I highlighted the allower and the appropriations because for me that's more than editorial, but I fully agree. I think that's the additional editorial changes. All right. So can I just ask who would support replacing the current paragraph by this new paragraph 430C based on the proposals made? Please put up your name tag. Who is able to count? Dave's counting. Dave's the accountant. Okay, I think you don't need to kind of be an accountant to realize that the majority of the board is supporting. I see the virtual as well. So with that, I think we agreed that we replace that subject to the kind of amendments just summarized by Eileen. And with that, we deserve lunch. And we break for lunch now. Let's reconvene just for the sake of easiness at 1:30, at 12, no, 1:30, within 1 hour, 55 minutes. So welcome back after lunch. I hope you enjoyed lunch as much as I did. With that, I think we're kind of approaching now the agenda item or agenda paper A4. Moving on to the approval discussion, Eileen.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks everyone for the additional time to address the final paper of the agenda item 4. Through the discussions we've had today and the many discussions the board has had in the past few quarters, the board has now essentially created a full comprehensive consultation paper with the accompanying illustrative exposure draft as Appendix D. And this has definitely been quite a feat, so congratulations to the board for all the work that has gone into this over the last 2 years to get to this stage. So I think we might have a bit of feedback. Oh, no. Okay, all good. And so I think the IPSASB's systematic approach to doing so, I think, has really helped because we have been able to revisit, review various chapters, various pieces of guidance a few times now to get to the point that we are now, where we're more comfortable with, taking the next step of considering the vote for approval. And so one of the things we also did to help us get to this comfort level is the discussion in December, where we stepped back and said, well, from all of these discussions we've had so far, we've landed on these 16 preliminary views and one subject matter for comment, a specific matter for comment. Are we comfortable with that? And at that stage, the board had said, yes, we are. So that really does help us to kind of set the scene for today. So based on our review, the staff's and task force's view is that we have done the right procedures to get to the stage in developing the consultation paper and illustrative exposure draft. We've consulted the task force, we've gotten inputs from constituents, research, etc. So there's definitely been a lot of input to form the views. And I think, as Ross had said earlier today, at this stage, getting the feedback from constituents is what's really going to help us in moving this project forward. Now, to get the constituent feedback, the one question that we also need to answer is how long do we want to have this consultation out for? Now, in the paper, we have presented that the ordinary timeframe that we usually have for these consultations and exposures is 120 days, but we wanted to consider other factors because in the IPSASB due process and working procedures, there is the opportunity to have longer than 120 days, but only if there's specific reasons to justify having a longer period of time. So this is a discussion we had at the task force as well to really understand, is there a reason? Are there other considerations that would prompt the board to consider a longer period? Now, some of those considerations were provided in the paper, so I won't articulate that further, but that included thinking about the exposure periods we've had for recent consultations of major financial reporting and sustainability reporting projects, considering what the ISB did for their IFRS 18. They actually skipped the consultation phase and they went straight to an ED and provided 6 months for various reasons, but also looking at what is the substance of the changes that are being proposed within this consultation paper. So what's actually changing from IPSAS 1? Is it substantial across the board for all presentation and disclosure requirements? Is it more selective or focused, and also the extent of the materials, like the volume of materials that are going to be part of this consultation. So definitely a lot of factors, some supporting 120 days, some supporting longer, and we provide that in a table in the paper. But what we wanted to gather feedback from members today is your views on whether or not we should stick with a 120-day exposure period or have something longer. At this stage, staff and task force recommendation is 120 days. Our viewpoint is formed because of the consistency with other consultations and exposures we've had on major projects, and recognizing that the context, the substantive changes that are happening or being proposed in the CP are more focused on the statement of financial performance and in some of the considerations the board had on IFRS 18 considerations that are not being brought in and the rationale for why. So we do recognize there is a lot of material, and as well, there are a few exposure drafts that are also up for approval at this meeting. But one thing we did want to highlight for board members is that on our end as staff, we always make sure to stagger the issuances of these exposures, whether it's a CP, ED, et cetera, so that there is less overlap in terms of the time and resources required for constituents to respond to the IPSASB's various publications. So with that, I'm passing it back to you, Chair, and thank you very much for the inputs and support.
Yeah, thank you, Eileen. And I would suggest that we kind of take the decisions in the order as they are here on the slide. So first vote to approve the draft CP, and as we have done that, then discuss about the exposure period. Ross.
So I'll manage the vote. So for those who are voting, so I'm going to go voting for, voting against, and any abstentions. So because we've got a hybrid meeting here, it's a little more challenging, and we're not great counters. So I'm going to ask you if you're voting for whatever you're voting for. If you're in the room, raise your flag. If you're online, please vote with your virtual hand if you can. And I just want to note that Karen is not online at the moment, so we'll count her as absent for the vote. Unless she appears by the time we're done the vote, which I think we knew that she'd be in and out, so this is expected. So those voting for, please raise your hand, or sorry, raise your flag and leave it up, and raise your hand virtually online, and just give us a moment to count. And just want to check Abdullah.
Abdullah, we are voting. You're the one missing, 100%. Fantastic. Thank you, Abdullah. So count again.
Okay, you can put your hands down now.
So thank you very much for that. So with that, we approved the CP, and now going to the next question, which is the exposure period. So I think we asked the same question: who is supporting staffs and task forces recommendation for 120-day exposure period? Can you raise your flag, please?
So if you support the proposal in the paper for 120-day exposure period.
Okay, so we have 12 out of the 18. And with that, we approved the CP, and we kind of approved the 120 days exposure period. So thank you very much, members, and a special thanks to kind of Eileen for preparing not only this meeting's paper, which were excellent, thank you very much, but also for your great work over all the years. I think given the complexity and the amount of topics to be discussed, you could easily kind of be getting lost in the weeds, and you helped us staying focused and dealing with the right topics. So thank you very much for that. That's your success. Thank you. Angela.
So Thomas, one thing we have to cover is I just need to make sure whether there's anyone who's voting against the approval of the standard. So can you put your flags up if anyone's voting against the approval of the standard, because our numbers aren't adding up. We just want to double check everything. Okay, we are okay then. Thank you.
Security count. I was reminded that I didn't vote. Thank you. All right. So with that, I think we managed the first approval of that, what is on the agenda. And with that, we're moving to agenda item 5, which is improvements to IPSAS accounting standards. And that's Emma and Edwin. So welcome to the table. And I think, Emma, you're going to kick us off, right?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present this agenda item. So for this agenda item, we are presenting 2 exposure drafts for approval. the improvements to IPSAS accounting standards, volume 10, and the narrow scope amendments to IPSAS 40. So I'm gonna start with the first one, the improvements exposure draft. So this exposure draft proposes amendments to the several IPSAS standards, but the amendments generally relate to the guidance on financial instruments and the guidance on exchangeability in IPSAS 4 and other editorial amendments. These amendments were discussed and approved by the board in 2025, so they are not subject to deliberation at this meeting. The only substantive change that we made to the amendments was to add a specific matter to comment on the prevalence of supplier finance arrangements to determine whether additional disclosure requirements are warranted. Regarding the exposure period, we are proposing a 60-day period, which is the standard exposure period for improvements exposure draft. With that, I'm going to pass back to the chair to facilitate discussion.
Thank you, Emma. Any comments? Right, that doesn't seem to be the case. So with that, I think, Ross, it's again your task. Busy man, this agenda items.
We're going to try this vote thing again. We're going to try and get everyone the first time this time. So again, like we just did, if you're voting for the approval of improvements to IPSAS Accounting Standards Volume 10 to go out as an exposure draft, please raise your flag in the room. Online, the virtual hand will work. And just noting that we don't have Karen with us right now, so we've got, we'll mark her as absent, and we're looking for 17 votes. I'm seeing 4 online. $13 in the room, that's 17, so that's approved. No abstentions, no no's, 1 absent.
Yes.
Only a quick question. What are the mechanisms we have of IPSASB to receive the comments or participation of stakeholders?
So to make sure I'm answering the right question, do you mean how do we receive comments from our stakeholders?
What are the mechanisms, or how can receive more answers?
So our formal comments, they need to be submitted via the website, and that's laid out in the document how to submit a comment. For major and strategic consultations, we'll often do virtual roundtables as well, to virtual and in-person roundtables to get feedback, but we don't do those for things like narrow scope amendments, the minor projects. But anybody who does want to submit a comment is more than free to submit a comment to IPSASB. We don't block any of those comments. And then what we do at the end of the process, we bring all those comments back, deliberate them as a board, and provide them on our website as public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith, for that clarification question. Dina, you have a question as well. Dina, can you hear us?
No, Thomas, the flag was it was mistakenly there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right, so we move on to the vote for the exposure period of 60 days consultation period. Ross, do you want to ask the question, or should I do that?
So as Eileen's set out, in our due process, we do require a 120-day consultation period, but there's a little footnote that says, except for improvements and other narrow scope amendments. So we tend to do improvements normally on a 60-day basis. That's completely in line with our due process. So we're just checking to make sure the board's okay with that, because that's part of the process when we do an approval. So if you are okay with the 60-day proposal, please raise your flags and a virtual hand online. So I'm counting 16, 17, 4, and Karen's absent at the moment. So good. Thank you.
All right, so with that, we approved this ED. Then move on, Emma, to the next ED agenda, paper 2.
Thanks, Thomas. Moving on to the second exposure draft, narrow scope amendments to IPSAS 40. This exposure draft proposes amendments to IPSAS 40 to narrow the guidance on the definition of operation, to introduce an optional concentration test to simplify the assessment of whether an acquired set of activities and assets should be considered an operation, and also to clarify the recognition of provisions and contingent liabilities in public sector combinations. So as a reminder, the board decided to move these proposed amendments to IPSAS 40 to a separate exposure draft from the improvements exposure draft due to the amendments, the complexity of the amendments as they involve changes to areas requiring significant judgment and could significantly change the accounting of IPSAS 40. So also these amendments were discussed and approved by the board in principle in 2025. And again, they are not subject to deliberation at this meeting. The only substantive change we did was to remove example G on acquisition of brands based on a member comment that acquisitions of brands in the public sector are very rare. And again, for exposure period, the standard exposure period is 120 days, but due to the limited scope of these amendments in this exposure draft, we are proposing a 60-day period. And with that, I'm going to pass back to the chair.
Thank you, Emma. And I think it's important to kind of reiterate what was said earlier, that you will kind of look to stagger the comment periods, so they will not go out at the same time in parallel, but make sure that there's kind of an overlap. All right, so with that, kind of coming to a vote again, Ross.
Thank you, Thomas. So we've done this a couple of times now. It's going to work the same. Everybody in the room, please raise your flags, and online your virtual hand. A note, we still don't have Karen online, so we're looking for 17 in total. Just checking her, Adrian.
Bonjour.
So we've got 13 in the room, 4 online, 17 in total, 1 absent, so approved.
Perfect. So that leads us then to the exposure period question. Who is supporting the 60-day consultation period in a staggered approach? Please raise your flag.
So we have 15-4.
Who's voting against?
Sorry, 16-4. Andrew's voting against. It looks like we have a 60-day consultation period.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So with that, we can already close the agenda item. That was quick, Emma. Thank you. And Edwin, great job done. Moving now on to agenda item 6, which is making materiality judgments, and asking Agustina to join us here at the table.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. I'll be presenting the Making Materiality Judgments, excuse me, IPSAS Financial Reporting Practice Statement, Agenda Item 6. We'll be discussing further revisions that were done to the document from what it was presented to the board in December. The majority of the document was reviewed in the December meeting, but there were particular sections such as primary users and their information needs that were not discussed with the board at the time, as well as the basis for conclusions and the appendix. So we'll be going through in total 7 agenda items, and we'll be taking an approach where we'll be looking at the particular incremental changes in each agenda item to have an opportunity to collect any further drafting changes or views from board members. With that, I will move to agenda item 6.A1. This was the guidance on primary users, and specifically the staff took a similar and consistent approach with the scope of the project and the approach taken for the rest of the content in the IPSAS practice statement ED1. And this was to follow the IPSASB process for reviewing and adopting ISB documents, as this project scope is a narrow scope project where constituents told the IPSASB that it will be beneficial to have aligned guidance to practice statement 2, which is an IFRS document. And that was the approach taken. Staff also consider 3 national standard setters adaptations that we had discussed back with the IPSASB back in June of last year, but we contrasted what were the changes from a public sector perspective. And in the proposal, staff is proposing to align the primary users and their information needs to the relevant paragraphs in the conceptual framework, and remove the guidance on potential and primary users. With that, I would appreciate if Dave can help me to do a page-by-page review of paragraphs 13 and 24 in agenda item 6.6. Thank you.
Jakuba.
Microphone.
So I don't know if going through page by page will solve the concern I have on the decision to delete, not to include potential service recipients. I would like to discuss a little bit on that point. When I look at the way it is worded, it's not clear to me if mentioning potential is a common sense. To me, there is no specific definition to potential to the word potential. So if you use the recipient or potential recipient, it's not, to me, there is no issue to maintain that wording. So do you have any other concern with the use of this word to prevent using it like it is in the IFRS and the way we are trying to use it in our standard? Because if there is no other public sector specific preventing us to use it, if it is the common sense that is being utilized here, I think we should maintain that potential wording. So that was the main issue I have, concern I have on the paper.
Yeah.
Yes, happy to jump to that, and thank you for noting that, Jakuba, because one comment that I have received from Abdullah, when we look at IPSAS 1, we do use existing and potential users. So I think that paragraph could be brought back. So it's not a problem for us from a drafting perspective to include that and adapt it.
Okay, thanks, Agustina. Further comments before we go to the page by page? Anything you want to discuss before the brackets? Mike.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have something which goes maybe also a little bit beyond that single paragraph on primary users. And even if you look in the agenda paper, that is about the lending institutions. So I compared the new text with the conceptual framework. And the conceptual framework, it seems to be clear that lenders are part of primary users. And now we mention lenders as part of the other group in that new drafted paragraph 13, and I really don't know whether that is intended or not. And the second comment is that I like the conceptual framework very much because we have there examples for both groups, the primary users and the other users. And here it is more written in a way that we have examples for the other users and the primary users. That's quite abstract, let's say. And so I really recommend it to really ensure that the different subgroups of the users are drafted in a way that it fits to the conceptual framework.
Yeah, Mike, that's a good hint. I think we should always look that we are as consistent as possible with the conceptual framework because that's the basis. Agustina, reactions?
Yes, I'm happy to kind of like better align, like this particular sentence comes from the conceptual framework, but I take your point away that it's kind of overshadowing the primary users because it's more in depth of that discussion, and also pointing to your point that when we talk about lenders, they are considered to be a potential service provider. So I'm happy to kind of reduce the drafting here as to noted other users that are not primary users. And I think that might get the balance that you're looking for.
Thanks, Agustina. I think that helps, Mike. Right, Dave, I think we can jump into the page by page. Angela, sorry, you were hidden for me.
Thank you, Chair. It's a process question. My technical advisor and myself have been working with Agustina with some amendments or some thoughts, and they unfortunately didn't make the copies that went on the website for the board. And I just wondered, Agustina, I know you've been working on those. Will you be noting those as you go, or would you like me to raise them, even though you're also already working on them?
So I think you're raising it right now, but my thought was as we went to the paragraph, you could have raised it. But since you have raised it, I'm happy to communicate to the board the change that we made. So with Gali and Angela, there was a point regarding, and let me point you to the particular paragraph that I'm referring to. So sorry, I'm just going back.
Just it's okay to do it page by page. I just was unsure on whether you wanted to raise it, that you had been working with technical advisors on things, or you would like me to raise it. Process. Yeah. So
yeah, happy with you to raise it.
We'll go through the draft. Yeah.
Okay. And Dina, I think you raised your hand.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So that's regarding the paragraph number 13, and after reading it to understand the primary user and their information needs, understand fully that this practice statement focus on the financial statement and materiality judgment apply to both the quantitative and qualitative factor. But looking at the word of financial information they need, we didn't overlook on the qualitative or the narrative information within those statements that preparer should include. So I would recommend having the narrative explanation within the paragraph itself to enable the primary user to understand the effect of the transaction, other events and condition on the entity financial position, performance, such as, if we can give an example, Augustina, the grant term, milestone status. Sorting it only within the financial information might not give the full picture for the reader of the financial statements. Also, back to the point of Mike related to grouping. So I had similar comment that we should group the primary user. It will be much easier across all the paper to have a primary user and other interested parties. If it's possible within the primary user of the financial statement to break it down, what are the service recipients and what are the resource providers, and separate the other interested parties to give the proper segregation across the definition itself and the information needs. Thank you.
Thanks, Dina. Agostino, do you want to respond immediately or when we arrive at the paragraph?
I'm happy to respond right now because I think I understood that, Dina, what you're asking is for the qualitative and quantitative factors to be discussed earlier on in the practice statement. That was one of your points. The process and the project scope was to develop guidance aligned with the practice statement too. And that information on qualitative and quantitative actually is part of the 4-step process, as opposed to being here on the primary users and information needs. So that was one of your first points, and that's why you don't see it up here. But I think if on that particular paragraph 13, in the sense of grouping the primary users, meaning by resource providers and service recipients, and being more specific to it on their identification, the conceptual framework discusses the type of primary users being service recipients and resource providers, but it doesn't actually provide a specific list to it because there is a need of application of judgment by the entity to go through that list. Staff, when consider to create that identification list, and notice that, for example, the South Africa adaptation had actually a list of the potential primary users that an entity should consider. However, the thought that it was rather than make that list that not necessarily is consistent with the primary users that are being identified in examples through the conceptual framework, we would include an example to help an entity apply that judgment, because we would not want this to become a rule where the only thought is that those identify primary users in the practice statement becomes the only users that an entity should consider.
100%. I think that clarifies it very well, Agostina. So with that, I suggest that we now go into the page by page. Dave, we're waiting patiently.
So I'm on page 11 of agenda item 6A6, primary users and their information needs, paragraph 13 and example G in paragraph 14.
Mary?
Yes, I have a comment about paragraph 14 and 14. Yes, it is aligned with the conceptual framework paragraph 3.18, the first sentence. And however, for the public sector and public sector, it is important to the qualitative characteristics of understandability. And so the second sentence and third sentence should be added. My opinion, my insights. Thank you.
So I think what you're asking is to further expand the particular sentence in the conceptual framework paragraph 3.18 to this particular guidance that you think are relevant to highlight, correct?
Yes, correct. And the in the private sector, reasonable knowledge is necessary. However, in public sector, it is somewhat different from the private sector's reasonable knowledge. And so the second and third sentence is so important from my point of view. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Andrew?
Thanks. So 2 comments on page 11. The first is paragraph 13. We note that audit institutions are a primary user of financial statements. I'm not sure audit institutions use financial statements. I think they're part of the process in providing assurance on them, but they don't actually use the information in that, I would argue. So I'd ask that audit institutions removed. And in example G, the background to that example, I think it's too brief. It really just says a local government prepares information for ratepayers, and then in application we start bringing in all these other users all of a sudden. So I don't think it's achieving its aim here. The background information needs to be fleshed out. There needs to be more information there that actually highlights the judgments or the decisions that an entity needs to consider as it goes through this identification process. So I think example G needs significantly more work. Yep. Thomas, we're in a similar boat to New Zealand in that we've also sent through a bunch of comments, so I'm raising these as we go.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I think that's helpful. Dave?
So the next section, discharge of accountability by the entity and decisions made by primary users, paragraph 15. I'll go to 19, end of page 12.
Andrew?
Paragraph 18 doesn't align with the wording we've got in the conceptual framework as to the accountability and the decision-making purposes that our primary users would look to the information for. It's missing a part around the sustainability of the services and its operations over the longer term. Now, I understand chatting with Augustina that there was a concern raised around that this perhaps delves into more sustainability type reporting information or longer term performance. But I don't think that's the only way to interpret that particular item within the conceptual framework. I think it talks around, can an entity actually deliver its services? I think that needs to be retained.
Agree with that, Andrew. Yeah. Thank you.
So that brings us to page 13. So I'll go paragraph 20 and 21.
Augustina?
Yes, Angela, if you don't mind, if I can come in. Yes, don't worry. This is one of the spots that I work with Gali and I enhance the guidance. Specifically, Angela and Gali had the point that in the conceptual framework, we kind of distinguish that when we think of resource providers to entities on the public sector, you might have lenders, creditors, and donors that can choose to give those resources to the entity. But however, when you think of taxpayers or ratepayers, they don't necessarily have that ability to choose or not to choose. So what I did, I have enhanced that guidance of those paragraphs to lift those concepts from the conceptual framework into the paragraph respectively to highlight that, and that those taxpayers or ratepayers will kind of influence our decision by who they vote. And all of this, it is existing guidance, and it was brought here.
Thanks, Augustina. Angela, are you happy with your point?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
That moves us to the next section, meeting primary users' information needs, paragraph 22, example H. And we'll go to the end of the section, paragraph 24, and that wraps us up.
I see nodding around the table, so no. Dina. Dina?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So reading example H, I was wondering whether we can make it more practical to recommend, because when you read the donor, you have no specification on the significance or the restriction or the condition status of this donor, in which determine whether this is a specialized preference or a qualitative factor that may impact the overall materiality decision, Augustina. So whether can we enhance the example just to put some more significance or restriction to the example itself, so it can be practically implemented? Because reading it from outside, putting myself within the users itself, it will give a lot of judgment for them, specifically related to the significance of the donor itself.
Agustina.
Yes, Dina, I'm happy to enhance the example. If it's okay, we could work together from that perspective to ensure it kind of captures what you're looking for that you don't think is there right now. I would just take this opportunity, if it's okay. I know Abdullah sent me a comment offline regarding a particular paragraph, I think it was 13, to better alignment with the conceptual framework. And I just wanted to acknowledge, as I see Abdullah online, that I will take that away. And your comment similar on potential users. I don't know if you heard that part that was brought by Yakuva is going to get action. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. So with that, what I heard, and please correct me if that is not correct, but I didn't hear any material kind of flaws in the guidance regarding primary users. I think we had some very good remarks regarding editorials, clarification, and consistency points. with the conceptual framework. So with that, I hear that we would kind of agree with the guidance for primary users. Any objections against that summary? Okay, I don't see that. So with that, I think we in general agree, subject to the editorial changes which were suggested. So move us on, thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board, for your comments. The next agenda paper is the public sector making materiality judgments examples. During the December meeting, staff sought feedback from the CAG as potentially challenges that they have seen in their jurisdictions or their entities on the application on the concept of materiality. And also at that time, staff presented examples to the IPSASB on the application of materiality. Staff actioned the instructions from the IPSASB regarding particular examples, being example now F and K, and also added additional examples to illustrate the application of materiality based on feedback from the CAG and comments from different board members during the quarter. At this point, what I would like to suggest, and the recommendation is to approve the inclusion of the examples and new examples, acknowledging that example B, for example, I just took an action to be taken in drafting from Andrew that will be reflected, and also seeking to confirm that the instruction from the IPSASB on those particular examples reflect that staff did revise the examples accordingly to the instructions received. And the hope at this point will be to, unless members have particular comments, we will suggest going by those examples and see if there's incremental comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Agustina. Any comments regarding the examples provided additionally? Andrew?
So Agustina, you did note just an example B that I've got a concern there. It's a significant concern. So I perhaps just wanted to flag that I think it's not just editorial amendments. The entire substance of the example is going to have to change. The reason for it at the moment, it speaks about that an entity capitalizes costs that have incurred so that it can get a reimbursement. That's not a materiality decision for your primary users. So the example is going to require significant work to get there. So I just wanted to note, just for the sake of clarity, that it will require a lot of changes. I would see that as more than just editorial for that.
Angela, if you're okay, this is one example that I work with Gally. So we have made, because we had a discussion regarding of whether the decision to capitalize is driven simply for the reimbursement or rather by the stewardship of the entity to ensure that it's using its resources accordingly, being that there is an option to reduce the cost of what that equipment will cost from 100% to 20% by making use of this program at a higher level. So I have actually made revisions to that example as to highlight the qualitative aspect of it. I'm happy, I think right now, we'll be happy to kind of like to walk through it with you. I think likely offline to kind of see the additional examples that we had discussed with Gally yesterday, if that's okay. Thank you.
I see Andrew agrees to that. Okay. Any further, Yun? And then Dina.
Thank you, Chair.
Let Yun go first, Dina, and then then.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I agree with the examples. And as to example B, I have a quick question. What amount should be used to recognize this asset? The original asset price or the net expenditure after deducting subsidies from the higher level government?
So thanks for the question, Uni. Like the example doesn't get into what amount you would use from that perspective, because then we're talking about applying IPSAS 45 and recognizing the transaction for its cost. The example is trying to highlight the materiality call from either recognizing or disclosing it more from when an entity has a capitalization threshold. So we wouldn't actually provide that guidance in the example because I think it will remove the judgment.
I agree the example. I just wondered what kind of amount should be used. Okay.
Thanks, Yun. I think that's another interesting coffee break discussion. Dina?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I actually agree with Andrew that Augustina example B, and I think we had the chance to discuss about this as well within the last IPSAS meeting. So reading it, it leaves many facts unstated. So looking at the example, it gives you like a policy versus exception decision, whether the entity is required to change the accounting policy, making a one-off exception, because after application, it would require from their self-justified as well how they came up with this exception. So I would recommend either we can work on this to amend this example, Augustina, or if you would like, I have other really relevant examples as well that we can share and discuss.
Thank you, Dina, for that. As much as I understood, this example has been reworked anyway. So Agustina will be happy to share that with you and kind of parallel with Andrew, and then kind of we see whether that is fit for purpose. Okay?
Thank you.
Anything further regarding the examples? Noriati.
Thank you, Chair. I think my is the same as Dina because according to example C, the exemption of using the EIR. So I think would be misleading in some sort because there is an inconsistency if we are in the, the government and then we have an agency. If we want to consolidate that, maybe the consistency of having different kind of measures on this financial instrument, because at this example saying that maybe recognized as effective interest method, but if it is not material, you have a simple interest calculation. So it might we might having two different method in the same economics or something like that. So I think maybe it can mislead of the exemption because of the materiality.
Ross, do you want to come in first and then Agustina?
I do, because I think this is an issue that we've actually heard on the staff teams more than once, of auditors fighting with preparers on not explicitly using an effective interest method when they have a bond issued with almost no premium or discount to the face value. And basically a simple interest method calculation is materially the same as effective interest, but because they didn't do effective interest, they were having problems. So I think the point is, from a materiality perspective, you need to use the materiality lens to determine whether that's appropriate or not. And just note that we have a staff Q&A that's been out for 4 or 5 years that says exactly this as well. We've heard no complaints, no problems. It's been more helpful in having the right conversation with the auditor around this. So I would think this is a pretty practical example. I don't see any concerns.
I have nothing more to add. I think Ross covered it all. Thank you.
Perfect. So in general, I don't see objections regarding including the examples, subject to kind of the open discussions. So with that, I take that we agree to include the examples. That brings us to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board. The next agenda item discusses interaction of qualitative and quantitative factors. During the December meeting, we had a discussion of whether this particular section within the ED in agenda item 6A.6 should be revised to reflect the qualitative factors have a higher prevalence in the public sector. What staff did, they consider what is the guidance and the conceptual framework and in IPSAS standards regarding applying the concept of materiality. And it kind of notes that when we think of the application of materiality, you need to consider both the nature and the amount of the item and the transaction, and it's not that one is more important than the other. So staff kind of looked at the particular section, the sequence of the guidance, and it kind of highlight that it does say that sometimes taking a quantitatively approach may be an efficient way to approach materiality, but it also highlights at the same time that taking only one side approach will not be appropriate when you're assessing materiality calls from information on the financial statements. So from that perspective, staff thinks that the guidance as it was adapted, it is consistent with our conceptual framework and our IPSAS standards. Staff also, having identified those 3 national standard setters that adopted practice statement 2, noted that one of those standard setters did kind of highlight that there's a greater prevalence of qualitative factors in the public sector, but because of the scope of the project being applying existing principles within IPSAS standards and the conceptual framework, staff thinks that the guidance included in interaction of qualitative and quantitative factors is consistent with the existing guidance and is not highlighting one more than the other. What staff has also tried to do is enhance examples showing qualitative factors as to help with that consideration, because we did note it and the CAG did highlight that sometimes qualitative might be more important. But just noting that the guidance does not prioritize one over the other, and notice that you have to consider both. Thank you.
Thank you, Agustina. Any remarks, questions regarding the interaction of qualitative and quantitative? Andrew?
Thanks. So not proposing any changes to it, but perhaps just I do intend to vote against the guidance or the practice statement going through. And I think a large portion is around the interaction of the quantitative, qualitative guidance, but also going into qualitative. The examples that have been provided, I think, are still very private sector focused. And I think qualitative is a lot more prevalent and you know, would get you to a lot more items being material in a public sector space rather than a private sector particular sort of space. So have, you know, worked with Dave and Agustina from December onwards around all of these things. And I think where we've gotten to is really there is a difference in terms of perhaps our understanding of the rules of the road as it applies to a practice statement and how far that goes. My view, it perhaps needs to go a little bit further than where staff is at the moment. So don't want to extend the debate now, but just wanted to highlight that now, that would be one of the reasons that I will be voting against. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. And I appreciate your standpoint. And I think it's good that kind of you clarified that up front. I'm not so sure though, and that's just my personal opinion, whether kind of it's a rules of the road issue or it's a consistency with the conceptual framework issue. And I don't think that in a practice statement, even if that is not kind of like mandatory, we can go wider and introduce a hierarchy between qualitative and quantitative if that is not in the foundation, which is the conceptual framework. I think that would require a much larger project, which we could have, but not yet. And of course, we did kind of like our update of the conceptual framework already a couple of years ago. But 100% accept your view. And I think it's good to say, okay, we have different standpoints and that's fine to have. So thank you for that. Any further comments? I don't see any other. So with that, I think we can close A3 as well and get that as accepted.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board. Then the next discussion agenda item for discussion is the type of document of the making materiality judgment guidance. So staff is using this visualization that is using our work program consultation as to determine where should this type of guidance sit. When the IPSASB approved the project brief back in March of 2025, the discussion was that the guidance will be based on our existing principles. It will not be adapting principles. It will be non-authoritative, non-mandatory in a way from an authoritative perspective. So I think this illustration, this diagram clearly kind of shows when we think of where the practice statement will sit, and sorry, I'm using the name, but I know you need to vote on it, is that if we think on the general purpose financial statement, which is the scope of the type of guidance, is specific to our IPSAS. It doesn't apply to our RPGs or IPSASB SRSs. That's why there is a phase 3 to this project. So then staff is recommending that currently when we think of the existing literature that the IPSASB has, right now you have IPSAS standards, which have authoritative guidance and then include non-authoritative guidance. You have RPGs that are non-authoritative guidance. I consider to be good practices, but it's not required that an entity in the public sectors apply. And this is why staff is recommending to create this new type of document that does not exist today. And therefore the recommendation, and I'm going to move to the next page. And sorry, I kind of illustrate where it sits the practice statement in this type of diagram. Where would you show it? Oh, there we are. Okay, the recommendation from a staff perspective is for the IPSASB to agree to issue non-mandatory guidance aligned with practice statement 2 as a new type of document, being IPSAS practice statement ED1, making materiality judgment, and I will pass it to the chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Agustina. I think pretty clear what we are required to decide. Any comments, objections regarding the recommendation to issue that as non-mandatory practice statement? Andrew?
It's not to say I disagree, it's just a communication point, I think, around this. So we've already got the RPGs, which are also non-mandatory guidance out there. So I think when we do put the exposure draft out, we just have to explain this rationale in the exposure draft and why we've gone down this route, that people understand it. Thanks.
I think that's a good point. I think we can clearly kind of explain that. That's not an issue, but we should do that. And thanks for raising the point, Andrew. Ross?
So I do think we need specifically a BC on this when the decision's taken. I would put it in the at-a-glance document as well, and then in the communication itself, like the press release, that, you know, this is our first proposed, and the reasons why that I think Augustine articulated well on the last slide with the visual.
That's definitely good. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for that clarification, because that was one of our concerns as well. That just led me to a question at the Public Sector Forum last year. I believe a speaker, possibly from New Zealand, presented the idea of a project to communicate the architecture of IPSASB because of the RPGs and because of the new practice statements and what's non-authoritative and what does that mean. So I just wanted to check off the back of the clarification for this project, so it doesn't impact this project, but in that communication, where were we with that suggestion at the forum? Is that still part of just work program possible projects?
Ross?
Yeah, so we haven't articulated the document that was suggested at the forum. We're waiting until the work program consultation's done and then seeing where architecture might go in the future. So I think this does muddy the waters a little bit more, but I think this, when we talked about this, and we did have a very vigorous debate within the staff team about what this should be called, where it should go. And ultimately, I think the clarity of us calling something that helps apply the actual standards, a practice statement, in a consistent way, the I4S Foundation uses them, we thought was helpful, much more so than exploring new types of RPGs. The RPGs we have now are mainly about reporting outside in general purpose financial reports, and it's new guidance that doesn't exist somewhere else. So ultimately, we've landed here for the practice statement, but there is still that future work to be done on the overall landscape of IPSAS standards, which is getting more complicated now that we have formal standards for cash reporting, IPSAS accounting standards, IPSASB SRS standards, RPGs, and we'll be adding practice statements.
Thanks, Ross, for that clarification. I think it makes a lot of sense to wait for what we hear from constituents regarding the strategy and work plan. So with that, I sense that we agreed to call that practice statement ED1. Move on, please, Agustina.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board, from that discussion. The next agenda item is 6.85, and it discusses the rest of the development of the IPSAS practice statement. Though at the December meeting, we went through that first draft. At this meeting, we would like to gain the agreement from the board on the addition of the introduction to the IPSAS practice statement that provides you the authoritative of the guidance, the purpose of it, and where it should be used, as well as the rest of the non-mandatory guidance that was not discussed in the prior papers, but it was discussed back in December. As well as at this point in this paper, we're suggesting the addition of 2 specific matters for comments. And therefore, we would like to see whether the IPSASB agrees with this recommendations or whether it has comments. And we would also be doing a page-by-page review of those other sections after the IPSASB might have main comments to bring up. With that, I'll pass it to the chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. Any comments up front before we do the page by page regarding the introduction, non-mandatory guidance, anything? Angela, jump in.
I must apologize. I'm a little bit lost, and it's me. When do we bring up the point, Agustina, around general purpose financial reports versus statements? Is that part of the introduction or is that part of the page by page?
So I think that comment that we discussed with Gally, that was specific on paragraph 5. So if we go by page, you could do it then. Yes.
All right. I think with that, I suggest we hand it over to our page by page expert. Dave.
Where are we, Augustina?
So you will
take
need,
that back with the
yes.
expert.
So you will need to go back to the first, well, first we could discuss the SMCs. So if we go to the request for comments, and then we'll go to the introduction. I'll tell you the page in a second.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so starting on page 3 of the document, the request for comments, we'll do the entire page, including the phases and the objective of the ED and guides for respondents.
Everybody knows where we are. Okay, no, that's important. If we look at kind of different documents, I think will be funny. Okay, Angela. Oh, okay. But Andrew. Okay.
Ping pong.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the A's, regardless of left or right, but one of you is jumping in.
The phrase A team comes to mind, but so I'm on page 4, just SMC 1. We asked the question around to constituents, are they satisfied with how we've adapted practice statement 2 for the public sector contents? I think just by reading the document by itself, it's really difficult to identify where we've made significant changes. I'm not saying every example, but there are, primary users we've done significant work, certain examples we've done. So is it possible that we can just highlight where the main areas were, that it's easier for respondents to see what we've done?
Ross?
Can we not do that by calling out the specific BCs where we highlight the changes? I think that's how we normally would do that.
We did.
Yeah, no, the specific BCs.
Okay.
Not just general BCs.
Agustina.
So if I might jump in, so on the BCs, we actually, so the approach on that policy paper, what the IPSASB does when it adapts an ISB document for the public sector context, it doesn't actually restate the BCs included in the ISB document. Rather, what it does is going to create BCs documented its rationale for the public sector departure. So in this particular SMC, staff does point the reader to look at those BCs that highlight the departures from that perspective. So you do have it there. Having said that, I understood your comment, but yes, it is highlighted on the BCs. Where are the departures from the text? Thank you.
And I think this is where Ross's comments come into play. So we kind of mentioned these BCs in the SMC and pointing the reader directly to where he finds the adaptations. That's very helpful. Thanks, Andrew. Angela, I'm waiting for you, but okay. Yeah. Claudia?
So Ross, did you mention that we should have a preliminary view or an SMC on if it's right that we use a practice statement, that we develop the new instrument of a practice statement?
No, I didn't suggest that.
But shouldn't we ask, or if it's clear that when we design this new practice statement format, then it's clear that it's our decision and we don't need input from the stakeholders?
Ross?
It's not something I think we would normally. So for example, when we put out our first SRS ED, we didn't ask if we thought it should be an SRS. The board had already determined that guidance was needed. In my view, in my years of experience, if people have a problem with it, they're going to tell us that whether we ask or not. So I don't think a specific SMC, this would be something I would want to draw out through an SMC, because I'm pretty sure we'll either hear nothing at all. If there is noise, we're going to hear it anyway. So it kind of just gives people an SMC to respond to where they just say yes.
Agree. I see nods around the table. I think that is supported. So thank you. And then with that, Dave, can we move on?
So I'm on page 4, the SMC 1 and SMC 2, unless we've covered those. Okay. So we'll go to the introduction on page 6, paragraphs IN 1 through IN 7. Then,
Sorry, yes. So it will be the introduction, and then we said that we will go over the document that was not discussed in the prior agenda paper. So we will go from paragraph 1 to paragraph 12.
That clarification, so intro and then 1 to 12.
So page 7, objective, paragraph 1 and 2. Scope, paragraph 3 and 4.
Angela is on 1 and 2. 5. Okay.
General characteristics of materiality, paragraph 5 through 7.
I must apologize. When you said page 7, I thought you meant all of page 7. Paragraph 5, just a point that we had raised earlier with Gali, and it's something that struck us, that the definition of materiality in the conceptual framework refers to general purpose financial reports. The definition in IPSAS 1 refers to general purpose financial statements. And our view is that we think it's important to clarify the reason for the difference, what this difference means, and whether it may be implying preparers of GPFSs are expected to consider materiality in the context of GPFRs, in addition to considering it in the context of GPFS. So it's just that we're borrowing a definition which is broader than general purpose financial statements. And I feel they would be helpful to have some kind of explanation, because we're in phase 2, which is only looking at general purpose financial statements.
Thank you, Angela. Yes, we had this discussion in the sense that why that paragraph 5 starts with the conceptual framework definition or description of materiality that talks about the broader scope, but in reality, when we look at the introduction and all of the content in the CD, is specific to financial statements, and it's not about the materiality on GPFRs, because we are adapting from the private sector this is the approach that the ISB took to kind of like potentially kind of align that the definitions in the conceptual framework and in the financial statements are aligned. There's a scope difference between GPFRs and GPFS, but it's a consistent definition. I think one suggestion that I have made is potentially kind of highlight that scope difference in the footnote number 3 as to highlight that difference in itself. But I think with the introduction and the rest of the content, it is specific to financial statements that the entity will need to apply that. The reason why we're not simply putting the definition of material in IPSAS 1 is just from the approach of adapting the material from the practice sector to the public sector. But it is specific to GPFS.
Ross, anything to add?
Yeah, the only thing I want to add, I think, is to Angela's point. I think it would be, I think the difference is in IFRS, their definition in the conceptual framework is already limited to GPFS. Yeah. It's not to GPFRs. So there is a difference here that isn't coming out clearly on this page that needs to be addressed. Yeah. Or it is feeling a little awkward because we are only talking about our GPFS definition, which is a narrowed version of the GPFR version. Again, almost the same, except for that word, statements versus reports. But I do think that needs to be in this definition of materiality 5 to 7 for it to make sense to our constituents.
No, 100% agree. And we need to clarify that this is the difference between public sector and private sector, that the scope of the conceptual framework and the standard is kind of different. So if we clarify that, I think, Angela, your point should be addressed, right? Okay. So move us on, Dave.
So bottom of page 7, materiality judgments are pervasive, paragraphs 8 and 9. Then we move into example A. We've covered the gray paragraphs, example B and C. So we move to presentation disclosure, paragraph 10, and example D. We've covered example E. I'll ask if there's any comments on example F. Section on judgment, paragraphs 11 and 12.
With that, we're done. Thanks. Thanks, Dave. So there's more. Okay, I'm going to orientate us.
Yes, sorry. So then we will move to paragraph 25.
So moving to the next section after the primary users, impact of publicly available information, paragraphs 25 through 27, and example I. The next section is interaction with local laws and regulations, paragraphs 28 and 29. We've covered example J, example K. Then we move into, on page 16, overview of the materiality process, paragraphs 30 through 33. Bottom of page 16, a 4-step materiality process, paragraphs 34, 35. On page 17, we have the diagram, and we have step 1, identify, paragraph 36 through 40. On page 18, step 2, assess, paragraph 41 through 44. Bottom of page 18, quantitative factors, paragraph 45 and 46. Page 19, qualitative factors, paragraph 47 through 52. Bottom of page 19, interaction of
Andrew.
Sorry, just on page 19, paragraph 49, the examples that are all listed there can apply in the public sector, but I guess they're still very private sector focused. I have shared with staff, for example, key policies, things that stakeholders are looking at, recent legislative changes, could be other qualitative factors to look at and perhaps could be added.
Yes, so thanks, Andrew, for bringing that up. That was one of the revisions that is reflected, not the paper that was posted, but we have added an additional bullet to highlight links to a policy or service delivery objective. As also, if you look at the last bullet point on paragraph 49, we have highlighted unexpected variations or unexpected changes in budget or trends.
And when we are kind of rephrasing that, we're getting the alphabet right as well. Okay, fantastic.
Bottom of page 19, interaction of qualitative and quantitative factors, paragraph 53 through 56, and example L, M, N. Page 22, step 3, organize, paragraph 57 through 60. Bottom of page 22, step 4, review, paragraph 61 through 66. Bottom of page 23, specific topics, paragraph 67 through 70. Bottom of page 24, prior period information not previously provided, paragraph 71, example O. Top of page 25, summarizing prior period information, paragraph 72 and example P. Bottom of page 25, errors, paragraph 73 through 77 and example Q. Bottom of page 26, cumulative errors, paragraph 78 through 81 and example R. Bottom of page 27, information about covenants, paragraph 82 through 84 and example S. Last section on page 28, application date, paragraph 85. We'll skip by the appendix that has references from the conceptual framework, and we will go to the basis for conclusions on page 36. So introduction, BC 1 through BC 5. Bottom of page 36, background, BC 6 through BC 9. Page 37, adaptation process, BC 10 through BC 15. Page 38, interaction with local laws and regulations, BC 16 and BC 17. Still on page 38, making materiality judgments, BC 18. Specific topics, BC 19 through BC 22. That's the bottom of page 39, and that wraps up the document.
Thank you. So with that, I think we kind of are through with the page by page. We agreed with the introduction, we agreed with the non-mandatory guidance, and we agreed with the SMCs subject to the addition of the BCs. Yeah, okay. So move us on then.
Okay. Thank you. So then the next agenda item is 6.8.7, and this is about the approval. So in this case, staff is proposing the IPSASB to approve the non-material guidance on making materiality judgments when preparing financial statements in accordance with IPSAS accounting standards. And I will pass it to Ross for the vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Looking around the table, I think we're comfortable to vote kind of with the regards of the subject twos. I think we are clear on what has to be done. So with that, I would suggest Ross take us into the voting process.
Thanks. And maybe we've got a little bit of time on Friday for approvals. So what I would propose if we vote now, which we're doing, is that we bring back resolutions to the subject twos with agreements with the members who've had that. So Augustina will work with you offline. We'll put a slide up on Friday and we'll agree the various items that we talked about earlier in the session as clearing the subject twos, and that'll make the vote formalized. So with that, we've done a couple of these today, and I think this is going to go smoothest of all. So I believe we still don't have Karen back online, so we have 17 to vote. So in the room voting for, please raise your flag. Online, please use your virtual hand. So I have 16 voting for. Yeah, I've got 12 in the room, 16 total. So voting for, please put your flags down or hands if you're online. And I'll ask for those voting against to please raise their flag. We have one vote against. That's Andrew's vote against. And we have Karen absent, so that's complete.
Thank you, Ross. That leads us to the exposure period.
So staff is recommending for an exposure period of 120 days, consistent with the normal period of exposure for the type of documents. And obviously staff acknowledges that this will be staggered with the other approvals that you did today, as to ensure that constituents have sufficient time to respond to all the exposure documents. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. So going through that, who is voting for 120 days? For virtual?
It's looking like we have everyone present voting for the 120 days. So I think we're good to go on that. I do have a point of clarification for Andrew, who's voted against. So Andrew, earlier in the session, articulated views on why you were voted against. So when we have an exposure draft where someone votes against, they are able to put an alternative view in the exposure draft and in the minutes. That needs to reflect what they've said in the meeting. So Andrew, if you're comfortable, we'll work with you to write up your alternative view as you've expressed in the meeting. However, just want to make sure you're okay with that now.
Yeah, so just to, I've got my list just so that it's in the meeting, everything that will potentially go into the alternative view. It's, as I said earlier, the guidance I feel is still too private sector focused and there's not sufficient adaptation. And this is really driven by the decision-making and accountability lens and the broader user base that we've got within the public sector space that I don't think has been sufficiently flowed through the document, particularly when it comes to the quantitative, qualitative type considerations there. I think my largest concern there would be around the discharge of accountability, because I think that is quite a significant difference between the private and the public sectors. I think I've expressed before just concerns around some of the suitability of examples or sections like the loan covenants I feel should perhaps have been funding, conditions or something which is perhaps more prevalent. Discussions around budgets. I know we've spoken about budget and we said the budget itself is out, but I do think in IPSAS 24, when we've got the reconciliation to the budget, for example, there are some issues there that potentially could have been considered as well. So in a nutshell, just to get it all on the record, but yeah, we'll work with staff to draft the AD. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew, for clarifying that. I think helpful for other members to understand, and looking forward to see that in kind of written form. Certainly will be adding to the value of the paper. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thank you to all members, and I will be discussing it with you so I can work through all of the comments and to ensure that by Friday I have captured and action all your subjects too. Thank you.
Noyati, are you in or? Okay, Angela, you are in?
Very quick question. What do you mean by staggered? What is the gap between the financial statements? You talked about issuing it in a staggered way. Is that a month, or how do you do the stagger?
Was this a stagger expert?
So this is an art, not a science, Angela. So I'm not going to give you specific dates. So we have a publication calendar that we look at. To give you real examples, in the last 6 weeks, we've had major publications. We tried to bridge those out by at least a week or two. And then thinking about the publication dates to try and separate the end of exposure periods to ensure we have, 15 to a month in between them. So again, we have to make sure we've got the editorial processes locked down. We've done our quality control. There's an IFAC review process that happens that's kind of beyond our control. There's a calm schedule when things can go out because there's other IFAC activities that are scheduled. They try and give us our own day on a good day of the week when we're going to get a publication. So there's lots of things on that. So we will make sure though that these are appropriately spaced out, knowing, we have a number of EDs plus the work program consultation and ED 94. So we'll just make sure that that's not going to overwhelm constituents.
Thank you, Ross, for the clarification. And I want to special thanks Agostina. I think it has been hard work. I realize that. Appreciate your efforts and your stamina in working on that. So thank you very much for your work. And I think what a fantastic start of the board meeting, right? 4 approvals in the first day. That brings our kind of official part of day 1 to a close. I think everyone can enjoy the sun now, apart from members and staff. I'm afraid. But yeah, for all of us, I think we can go for a coffee break. And please, Ross has some kind of directions and reconvene at 3:30 to continue for members, CAG chairs, all the CAG chairs amongst us, and staff. Thank you.
Yeah, before everyone disappears for the coffee break, and especially the women of the IPSASB, we do have the Women's Network event happening this evening. We'll be starting here at 5 sharp, so you do have some time to go walk around and enjoy the sun if you're not a member or staff for the closed session. But then we will have the Women's Network event starting at 5, so please do come back for the females of the group who want to participate. I've heard it's a fantastic event, and I'm sure you'll have a great time. If you have any questions about that, ask Camilla or Emma, who are kind of the females of the IPSASB network who are leading that group. Thank you.